Mine's not really on either.
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody.
Yeah. Where was we getting the sound from?
We're just
That's
really
so
loud.
weird. No, we were discussing important topics like our unshared belief in whether we are evolved from animals. And I'm a believer in evolution.
And I'm a believer that we were made in God's image.
Yes. Yes.
So that's a fun way to start. But let's.
So is God a 5 foot? What are you, 5'5"?
5'3".
5'3" tall blonde lady.
Welcome to the show. You guys,
Yes.
what a way to start off. And we're really excited. We have a great show lined up today. We have two candidates.
We have Tina Cannon coming on. She's running for State Auditor.
Yes, and Frank Mylar, who is running for Attorney General.
Yes, we're excited to chat with both of them. They're going to be on a little later. Tina's kicking off at about 3 o'clock. She only has about an hour, and then Frank should be on at about 4. Prior to that, we're going to kill time with I wanted to talk about a news story that's high on my level of caring. And I also want to talk about the debate that Spike Cohen and David Hogg had. I don't know. I almost wonder if I don't need to do like, oh yeah, I need to move this away from you because you're worried you'll spill it on me.
We just had Spike on a couple weeks ago. And so we tried to get him on today to kind of recap it, but he's been on a press tour ever since, and he needed a day off. But it was a really good debate. Did you share it on the page?
I did. I shared it on our page, shared it on my page, shared it on every page that I could think of. But, you know, it's real exciting, and humana. The debate went well. A hot take is I think that Hogg kept his composure and did kind of well.
Well, he didn't lash out. He seemed like he was respectful.
He's coming from a faulty argument.
Right. And he looked like he's matured a lot.
He has. He kept trying to lean on that he's a shooter. He's a member of the Harvard Gun Club and things like that. I would like to test that fact. I would like a invitation to Hogg, come on out here and come to one of my shooting courses, you know, but I understand where he's coming from. He believes that restrictions will make everyone more safe.
I don't know if he believes it. That's the difference between you and I. I'm not sure he believes it. In fact, I have a feeling that the left got to him really early on, and they have propped him up to be a mouthpiece for them, because who can argue with a teenager? You really can't, especially one that's been through a trauma like he had and his peers
let her
had.
out real quick. Yeah, just like they did with Greta Thunberg.
Yes, that's why I don't.
Because you can't say anything bad about the little girl. Now that she's getting older, I think she's of age now where I think maybe that'll change. But I still want to do some sharing, and one day we need to align and see what groups you have our junior producers sharing to, so I can fill in the gaps on here. You know what I mean? Like, do you have this one?
No.
Okay. But anyways, so there's a couple of there's a couple of comments made. He kept trying to say that, he kept trying to lean on the libertarian thing. As we know, Spike Cohen was a libertarian vice presidential candidate for 2020. And the libertarians do it different, where the party elects their vice presidential candidate as well. So it's not a running ticket at their...
They're individually elected?
Yes, they're elected at their caucus, I guess you'd call. Actually, at the big convention. But so he got elected to that position. So, you know, I I think that holds a lot of esteem. I've always liked Spike. Real interesting thinker. He thinks outside the box on a lot of things, and a lot of the stuff he says will make you at first go, "Oh, that sounds," and then you're like, "Wait a minute, that could work."
He's very smart, and I really enjoyed the show we had with him. It was actually very interesting, and I mean, he's extremely smart. I got to give him that. And I think he did well in the debate. I really do.
He mopped the floor with him, on my opinion. But
yeah, in a classy and respectful way.
We got to go through some other stuff that came out, except the one time they talked about the guy.
Wait, you're getting ahead of. We're going to go through that, right? You got some clips?
No, I don't have any clips of it. He talked about. David Hogg brought up a guy defending himself with an AR-15 against a wild hog in Texas. And he made it sound like wild hogs carry no threat to human beings.
That's insane.
They absolutely do. And even if you're just trying to prevent damage to your property, you want a large capacity semi-automatic rifle to deal with.
I would almost want something stronger than an AR.
Well, yeah, but you'd want that platform. You'd want the semi-automatic large capacity platform so that you can hopefully shoot an animal at a run.
More like a 30-30.
Hogs aren't slow, and they're
low to the ground. Their center of mass is like just It's you've got to be pretty good. I would hate to be with an AR-15 against.
They're fast. Hog. Well, AR-15s are excellent against them. Excellent. And the reason I think most people choose 5.56 or 223 is probably the price. I mean, they hunt them with helicopters and
so let's talk about the debate.
Well, anyway, so he
this.
And then the one time he said something, and he corrected himself. Then he says, "Funny that David Hogg brings up defending yourself from hogs." But so David kept using the argument. Well, libertarians would agree with this, that we should put in a law that we can sue the gun manufacturer if someone uses their gun illegally. And Spike corrected him correctly, saying, "No, we didn't sue Ford when that guy drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade with an Explorer." You
can't sue the knife manufacturer. You can't. That's not a libertarian idea.
No, it is not. But David Hogg was trying to lean on that and dropped on his face. And David Hogg tried comparing it to big tobacco, and Spike says, "No, big tobacco, they're not comparable. Everyone knows what a firearm is. Big tobacco was hiding the dangers, the hazards of
tobacco use. Is addictive. Guns aren't.
Addictive, carcinogenic, all that stuff. No, you can say guns aren't addictive, but
for you, but I mean,
not for me.
You can quit whenever you want.
I don't have any.
Voting accident made that happen.
I can quit whenever I want.
But big tobacco did hide it.
Been to all the hypnotists.
Cause cancer, and
and
guns do not cause cancer, and guns can actually save lives if used properly. And again, a tyrannical government overall.
Yeah,
that is a well-armed militia. Shall not be infringed. Those words are not by accident. They're by design.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And then, so, a couple things were brought up. It was fairly, someone says we're cutting out. Are we still cutting out?
Hi, Mom.
Oh, maybe.
Okay, give me the thumbs up if we're clear.
Shoot Holly a text message if we are. Unless you're watching this on their phone. But anyway, so.
Well, just give me a thumbs up if we're cutting out still. And if we're not, then thumbs down.
We've also got a couple other things were brought up. But the big thing I want to talk about is the numbers pre and post debate, the poll.
Well, let's get to it, though. Where was the debate? It was held at Dartmouth, right?
Dartmouth, yeah, in New Hampshire.
And do we know the audience? Was it all college students? Did Spike have some people there that were supporters? Did they have conservatives? Like, what kind of audience we talking? Because you guys, debates, it always matters who's in the audience. And if it's a real fair debate, it's stacked pretty evenly.
Well, it depends on who comes in, but most of the comments were negative towards hog, and I do plan on playing some of those. But I want to talk about this poll they put in. So the poll was the pre and post debate poll to kind of get a feel for the change. And sorry, yes, we're still cutting out.
Mom. Okay. Can you hear us okay?
Text her on the phone. Anyways, pre-debate, 174 people voted. Remember that number. Question 1. Does gun ownership increase or decrease safety? Okay. Pre-debate, the 74 people said it increases safety.
Whoa.
Or the 74% says it increases safety. And 28%.
Where are you looking at your numbers? Oh, this is before debate.
Yeah. And 28% said it decreased safety. Right? So you get those numbers. 174 people voted. 74 were on the side of more gun ownership. And
before the debate started.
Before the debate. And second question is, do you favor more gun laws? Pre-debate, 71.8% do not favor.
Oh, wow.
And 28.2% favor.
Okay, so we have an audience that seems pretty Second Amendment.
And this was also people got to call or vote through those watch parties.
Okay, so we're still talking about sounds like a conservative group of people in the audience watched the debate or didn't watch the debate yet, but they went in already thinking guns protect people and we need less laws.
Yes. Then post-debate. Remember, pre-debate, 174 people voted.
Yeah, but I'm a little worried. If we're cutting out, I need to know. Sherry, answer, please. Can you hear us okay?
Here, I'll just try it like this.
I don't want you guys to miss anything because this is interesting. Okay, so should I talk so you can hear me?
I'm hearing. I'm able to listen to us right now. My little set. Anyways, so post debate. This is after the debate. 41 people voted. So we went from 174 to 41. I've got comments on why this happened, but on the post debate.
Okay, so debate's over. There's only 41 people left to take the exit survey.
Yes. Now, what I'm wondering is if some of those watch parties cut down early, like the debate kind of ended, shut down, or maybe the Dartmouth didn't get the QR code for post voting up in a manner that they got to, because they lost more than 2/3 of their
that's not even
audience on the vote. So post debate, does gun ownership increase or decrease safety? Post, 52.6% says it decreases safety. So
that's a big drop.
And 47.4 says it's increase. So I'm wondering if it was just these numbers and then favor more gun laws, 70.7 favor more, 29.2 do not favor more. And I'm wondering if those numbers dropped, watch party people fell out, or libertarians did what libertarians do.
You lost 130 people.
Yes, 133 to be exact.
That would look like David's going to see those numbers, David Hogg, and he's going to think, I just won that debate. I just changed minds. And yet those numbers are important.
They're very important.
It goes to show you what it started with. So I would be curious what happened.
I'll bet either A, the watch parties, the people at home that were voting,
It probably ended the stream.
didn't vote on post for whatever reason. It could have been interruptions in the stream. It could have been that the pre-vote could have been posted for a half hour. The post-vote posted for 10 minutes, and then it's over, and then people hit send their vote and it doesn't count. Or it could have been a sabotage moment. It doesn't sound like, I mean, Dartmouth is it's not an ultra left, but it is a left-leaning college. But it doesn't sound like it's a Harvard level or any of that.
Why did they choose Dartmouth? Do you know? I know they were invited.
Probably
right?
because of New Hampshire.
Was it the Republican Party?
It was a literary group.
So do you have any clips of it? Or
I've got it pulled up. I want to play a couple of comments that were mentioned in here.
I'm excited. The movie Civil War.
I know it's out. I was going to say, hey, you want to go watch it sometime? And then we will.
Yeah, let's go watch it. When?
When do you want to go watch it?
It's a weird weekend.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Do you work tomorrow?
Tomorrow's range day, but I could be done tomorrow night. Like what time? 4? And it's here.
I know, but I love the movie theaters with recliner chairs and stuff.
Well, do you want to go into West Valley and watch it? We can go watch it tomorrow.
Yeah, let me talk to the husband and we'll make
Of course, talk to the husband. Find out if he's got plans, though.
Will he join us? He wants to see it. Does Katie want to see it?
Sure she does.
Yeah, we should make it a family affair.
Okay,
we'll put it on the radar. But you guys, if you go see it.
I don't know if we should take the kids right off the bat.
Well, they're my kids, and I let them see it.
Okay.
I mean, I want them to see it.
Okay. All right.
But I can also talk to them about it, and I do. When we watched Leave the World Behind with them, they were glued. And it started so many good questions and just good conversations about, are we prepared? And what would we do if this happened? And, I think my kids are old enough to.
Well, good. I heard this one is very anti-Trump.
Oh, surprise.
I know. I'm falling over shock.
Is it really pro global warming, climate change?
It doesn't seem to have that message in there from what I've heard.
Yeah, what I've seen has not been anything too terrible. But you know what? You don't have to love Trump.
It's about the rebellion is against a Trump figure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But anyway, so yeah, we should go see it and then we'll throw together a quick review. But
go see the movie Civil War if you like. It's not going to be on stream, so you won't be able to see it from home until like June. They're releasing it in theaters. It's a hope to get people out again into their local theaters. I don't blame you if you want to wait till it's streaming. I know I would rather see movies in my house. We've talked about this a lot. But I'm curious, and I'd like to see it before everyone starts giving me their opinion. So there would be a show where we talk about it, and we would have spoiler alerts so that you can just turn us off until we're done.
Yeah. All right. So I am going to play some of the comments. I would have liked to have watched the whole thing and pause and go. It's an hour and 50 minutes long. I don't know if we have enough time for that, but the comments get kind of interesting and spicy. So
the comments from the viewers or the questions?
Yeah, the questions for the panel.
So David Hawk had a piece of paper in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like notes, statistics, things like that, you think? Or do you think it's, I mean, I guess I wouldn't like to go into a debate without some actual facts in front of me.
He initially showed up without any of that stuff, but I do think it turned into that stuff in the end. So I'm not sure. Now, we are watching this through spikelee.com. If you guys want to watch it, I suggest you do go to spikelee.com. Watch it. Lee? Or not Spike Lee. Spike Cohen.
What?
Dude, how would it be if Spike Lee suddenly became like that type of cat?
Oh, by the way, rest in peace.
Oh yeah,
O.J. Simpson.
we need to have a moment of silence. There it is.
There it is.
Anyways, gosh, have you seen that interview going around with one of the jurors?
Which juror? From the first trial or the civil?
The first one.
I'm not sure.
Where it's a little old black lady. It's like she admits we voted for revenge.
Because the racism.
What's that guy that got beat that caused all the riots?
Oh yeah, Rodney King.
Let's just all get along.
That's Rodney King.
Yeah. She admits, she says on there, 90% of the jurors voted as revenge for that.
And then I saw the civil trial, also a black woman who was on the civil trial. And she said, I don't know what was happening in the first trial. This man is so guilty.
Mm-hmm.
All the evidence points to it. And I didn't see any obvious racism from the police. And she said, though, the first trial was such a it's the first of its kind where the press is in the courtroom. The judge is loving it. Remember, the judge would have a different radio station mug that he had on his chamber, and
was
every
he getting
single
paid
day
for each one?
I don't know.
It was all of that.
He loved the camera. I feel terrible about the prosecutor because she even said, we knew we couldn't prosecute this after they started throwing out racism, and they just had to find one guy who might have said the N-word. And it was like, and she was getting raked through the mud.
Yep.
And her whole job was to represent Nicole and what's his name? Oh my gosh. The other victim.
Nicole and lucky customer number 4.
Oh, that's sad.
Come on down. I don't know.
I feel terrible because I used to stop. Anyway.
I feel bad for everyone involved with that. Nicole's kids got mangled over it. I know some people
they were with their dad when he passed and they forgave him.
Some people are trying.
And the other thing too, like anyone that's around in that era, who doesn't remember where they were during that white Bronco chase? Like, I can tell you exactly where I was, what I was doing, watching that on television.
I think I just got out of high school or something that day.
I mean, you left school? Actually, I think we were probably graduating by then, maybe seniors.
You were a senior. I was, it was 93, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. But
it was 95 for the trial.
Yeah, 95 for the trial. It was the first time that these news trials kind of became a big to-do.
It created Court TV.
Oh, yeah.
It became its own channel. And who doesn't remember where they were when the verdict came out? Like, I remember exactly where I was when we heard the not guilty verdict.
I don't.
Most eyes were on that trial, and I still feel bad. I feel bad that poor prosecutor, she was raked through the mud, and she knew her own county and city was against her. And it's like, my job is to defend the victim and get justice for the victims. And then he writes a book. If I had done it, what I would have done. How big does your ego have to be?
He's stepping on a left one with every left step.
Is it Clark County in Vegas?
Mm-hmm. What about it?
They got him. And strong arm robbery charges.
Yeah, when
kidnapping,
he tried getting all his stuff back.
They gave him 10 years. The max penalty, I think it was their way of saying, oh no.
How long did he serve?
Like 9.5.
Yeah.
But he's OJ. He's going to be fine. We talked about this before.
Have you heard
he's latest? He's going to get treated so different in prison than any one of your kids or us would be.
Have you heard the latest that some people theorize that his oldest child from a previous girlfriend did it?
No, because that's not what the evidence pointed to.
His oldest child.
Oh, his son?
Yeah.
I have heard that. His son helped.
He was born in 1970.
But I think that's the thing. Do you think he would protect his child? I think that if they had someone, that he'd probably throw his child to the wolves.
I don't know. But that's
Orenthal James. It's not orange juice. It's Orenthal James.
That's the new conspiracy theory that's out there cruising. I don't know.
I don't care about it.
Good riddance. I remember he told me to get an experimental medical treatment. That's what big thing I remember. For some reason, everyone who did that are like in my brain, like,
oh my gosh, that's right.
yeah.
And he was diagnosed with prostate cancer.
And he was telling everyone, he was, when he said it, he said,
he was LeBron James in it. And LeBron James's son had an issue.
Well, he was also saying 99% of people who catch us die. And I'm like, you've got that backwards.
79% of statistics are made up.
And it's like 0.005 or something like that of people.
If you're over 80, it was like 97% survival rate.
My grandma had it.
If you were under 80, it was like a 99% survival rate. If you were under 30, it was like a 99.999% survival rate. That's what they're giving us that science. And then in the same breath telling me to vaccinate my kids.
Yeah. Well, my grandma, you've met my grandma.
Yes. She's adorable.
She's tiny. She's a billion years old. She might weigh 40 pounds. She had it.
Yeah.
She fared better than everyone else in the family with it too. But
well, that's the thing. And this is us going off the rails. But when these current events happen, we only get to see you once a week. So we try to catch up. And also Jared and I we attended an event last night. The party hosted all the candidates, state and county candidates, and Mayor Critchlow. He might be one of my favorite mayors ever. Him and Debbie Wynn. I just adore them both.
They're fantastic.
He opened up the fire station bay and had all the trucks pulled out so that all our candidates could come in. Our state and county delegates came. Our precinct chairs and vice chairs came. And a lot of the public came just to meet these candidates. And we welcome again that we are having our convention on Friday. So this show will be cut a little bit short Friday. Next
Friday.
Yeah, not today.
Yeah, the 19th.
The 19th. And we are going to be at Twilla High School in the auditorium. We welcome the public. Come meet all of these candidates at 6 p.m. And you'll meet state, county, and then they'll give speeches and we'll go on with convention. But you're welcome to stay. And we love it when the public participates.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was something big. And next week, we're excited because we have the last school board member and the incumbent who's going to be on the show, Matt Hymas, on Wednesday. So we're doing a special Wednesday edition, and we may have another guest as well, but we're not got a full commitment yet. And we just hope that we appreciate you guys supporting us. We really appreciate you supporting the Main Street Media, and go to them and like and subscribe so that you can have our shows and you get notifications when our shows come on. Because of all of you, we have a really great audience, and I think that we only want to grow, and it's because of you that we're doing that. So if you have ideas for a story, Democrats, if you want to come on, we want to hear from the Libertarians, the Democrats, the Constitutionalists, the Green Party.
If you're a Democrat, Libertarian, whatever voter, and you want your candidate to get a voice on here, just reach out, send me his information. I am gearing up to send everybody running for every office, starting locally and then expanding out to statewide, sending them an invite. We're going to get them all on, get them all through, make it so that they can present their message.
Remember, we believe that a well-informed populace provides better representation. Locally, statewide, nationwide. If all of us understand who's in this race, it should be about the best candidate. And this is a Republican telling you, we want to know every candidate and what they think they can do, what promises they're willing to make, and what freedoms are they willing to protect, and what are their boundaries. You know, where's their red line that they won't step over? That's something that really matters to me. I know it matters to you, because when they make a promise on this show, especially, and they break the promise, or they look like they broke the promise, we want to talk to them, and we want to make sure that we're representing, your voices, your comments. And a lot of you don't watch us live. So hello, future people who are listening in the future. We appreciate comments. If you want to leave them, we read all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully if you can do it during the show, we can let the candidate know. They can see your comments just as well as we can. But we are trying and working really hard, and it is campaign season and conventions coming up, and then I can breathe after convention. But we've got a whole summer ahead that I'm afraid that chaos is coming. I don't even think we've had a taste of what election season is going to be like. I think we all better buckle down because it's going to get crazier.
It's going to be a spicy year.
I think it's going to be the spiciest of all time. And I think that because I still see that there's in-party fighting on both sides.
Both parties are being torn in half.
Right.
The populist movement is redirecting. Well, let's face it. We have been getting ripped off by our general government and both parties, both sides, both everything, the bureaucrats and the electeds for so long now that it's gotten entrenched and scary. And I think
they're not even trying to hide it anymore.
No, they're actually, if they do say anything about it, they gaslight you.
Right. Like the inflation. And the jobs.
The inflation, the Congress people who do insider trading.
Period.
They've got a new law out. I'm preparing to do something on it. Where the new law is, if you own a small business, you've got to go register with the federal government. I mean, they're going to kill small business. They're going to kill your chance to be an entrepreneur.
Oh, I just learned this too, and I'm not going to name names or anything else, but a certain 501c3 that I know is being denied status over and over. And all it is red tape. And it is exactly like it was under Obama. Remember, if they had the word Tea Party or Christian or something in their 501c3,
conservative,
they were denied. This is happening right now in real time. And it's happening to a local group of ours. And I'm telling you, they don't care that No,
they want it in the open. They want you to be afraid. They've got FBI agents showing up to people's houses for Facebook posts.
Yeah, I've saw
non-threatening, just,
Do you guys know, though, that if you have a Ring doorbell, you're not obligated to answer the door? I've learned that when police are knocking, if they have no warrant, they can't come in. But when you answer your Ring doorbell, you're not obligated to tell them
open the
home
door
or not home.
Yeah.
And
unless they have a warrant, but if they have a warrant, they're coming in anyway.
And guys, I know I'm guilty of this too, but if you do own a Ring, pay for the service so you can record and save archived videos on your Ring, because you never know when an encounter could happen when you're not home. And you want to record that and be able to access it because it can be used as evidence. And I know that our sheriff has made it clear that, he expects when the ATF comes into our county, when the FBI comes into our county, he expects that he gets the decency or common courtesy to let him know what they're doing, why they're there. And a lot of danger could have been avoided, like in Utah County, had the sheriff been brought in, a sheriff who's familiar with the resident, a sheriff who could have talked to the resident and not been a threat, and then on a 6 a.m. no-knock warrant that for a person who is, and this is happening all over the country now, and I think the FBI is circumventing sheriffs, and that is absolutely wrong. We believe in government at its most local level. And that's the thing. I think that's what separates me personally from Democrats, the Republican platform versus the Democrat platform. Ours is more about individual liberty. Ours is the smaller government and local control, and from schools to laws to taxes. And so we don't believe that the government should be taking care of us. We believe that individuals should be able to take care of themselves and let government get out of our way. So another derail, I apologize because we may have to do 2 shows a week just so we can keep up with current events. But hang on to your hats, folks, because this already, and I'm telling you because we have met so many of these candidates. We've got excellent candidates in the race. It'd be hard for me to tell you one that doesn't have great qualities. There's great candidates on the Republican ticket because I know them personally, and we've gotten to know them here. It's going to be a tough one just to choose, convention and through the primary. It's going to be a tough race. And then once we get through all that and our infighting picks our nominee, then we go and then we're confronting the Democrat, the Libertarian, the Green Party. And they've had to build their own stairway to get to where they're at. And they go through their own stuff. And I think with what's happening with Trump, I fully support Donald Trump. I believe in his policies, and I believe that we were far better off under his leadership, representation. And I think that right now, with what they're trying to do to him, it's just like how they were paying people to get the vaccine. When a government is trying so hard to make you do something, to make you hate something, ask yourself why. Why? It's not good. Whatever it is, it's not good. And if we just look at our neighbors, regardless of what party they're in, and remember they're our neighbors, they're our friends, we know each other's kids, we watch each other's homes when we're out of town, or we've watched each other's kids grow up. That's what we should care about.
I like what RFK Jr. says about it. He's got the most interesting take. And Tulsi Gabbard was on Bridget Fedesi's podcast. I think it's called Factory Settings. Is that it? Anyways, she was on there, and what she said about it's interesting. She's explaining that it is the bureaucratic corporate class is trying to keep the regular U.S. citizen's voice out of politics, or trying to keep the full representation of it. And I'm not saying Trump is that full representation. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying that's what she's saying.
Hi, Eric.
What's up, Eric? That they're that's how she puts it. And it does feel a lot like that. Like the FISA warrant stuff that just keeps getting pushed through, and the excuses that we get. Right now I'm cursing Republicans. I'm not a Republican, but I'll curse you with Holly here. Johnson came out and I think yesterday or the day before and said, well, I went and got the intel stuff, and the FISA courts told us about why we need it. So we got to keep it. And I'm like, you dirty dog.
Yeah.
That's just
the second the FISA court was used against an American citizen to absolutely destroy a political opponent, it should have been
before that done. The first time it was used,
Patriot Act should have never happened.
The first time the FISA court was used against an American citizen in the United States, it should have been done away with. But no, they keep that rolling. And then you've got so we got that. So it just feels like the government sees us as I don't know, their fodder. And then I'm talking to people last night.
We're their product.
We're their income. And I'm talking to people last night, and the subject of Ukraine and Israel comes up, and everyone says we got to support them. And here's a hot take. Everyone, I want you guys to think about this. Right now, our government is taking out loans in your name to give that money to another country to buy war materials. Hopefully they go that far, from someone who doesn't care about you.
No, I'm going to go a step further.
They're stripping money from, forget it. They are stripping money from us, from our great grandkids, giving that money to someone else to buy materials from a lobbyist supported organization to buy
I
weapons.
hope it's not Boeing.
And that money, and it makes those people ultra wealthy, which they turn around and put that money back into campaigns.
I'm going to do one further. They're giving your money to Ukraine, to Jordan, to Egypt to build a wall, folks.
So, but that's
to secure their borders.
But they're taking a loan out in your name to do that. Our servicing of the national debt has surpassed our defense budget.
The interest alone.
Republic,
on the debt.
That's the servicing. You've got to pay this much a year to keep in black or whatever. Republicans, listen to this. You guys love national debt spending. Where are we at? You know, is anybody? Okay, what I want you to do is I want you to take your hands. Now put them right here. Now for you Republicans to support this is your back of your thighs. Okay. Push real hard and remove your head from your fourth point of contact.
All right, zip your face. Here's the deal. I think I speak for a lot of Republicans when I say we're sick of it. We're sick of it too. And just because a person has an R next to their name does not mean they have the values that the regular American has. And yes, it's our responsibility to hold our people accountable and stop blaming the other guy. If Trump is elected, when he's elected, I don't want to hear him talk about Biden. I want to hear what he's going to do to fix it now.
Yeah, get business done.
I'm done with this and this and this. He showed us who the swamp is. He showed us the very people that wouldn't. He wanted to do the infrastructure bill. It was a big spending bill. A lot of us were clutching our pearls because, oh my gosh, here he is. He's going to spend all this money. And his thing was, well, we need to update airports. We need to update our bridges and our main roads and all of that. And every president before him had promised, infrastructure. And then we have a bridge just get taken out that's had like just the perfect little sweet spot hit. And the government's going to pay for it. I'm sorry. We are in a clown world.
Read that last one that Eric said.
Buying war materials from companies that they are invested in. It's true. It's the Halliburtons. It's all of this is one big, massive, what do we call it? That's not gross. It's just it's a circle
I'm thinking of
a circle of jerks.
Monkeys in a football. Anyways, but no, that's where we're at. We're getting robbed. They are stealing the silverware as the Titanic sinks.
But this is why I'm saying this election is so important, because we can have more of the same. We can have the same politicians go in there that are making you the same promises and that are doing everything they can to make you believe and trust in them. I think a lot of Republicans are sick and tired of the norm, and they are looking for the candidate. And I'm not saying Trump is the end all be all, but I will say Trump has them pretty terrified. Otherwise, they wouldn't give this much time, attention, money, everything to try to take him down. He wouldn't, if he wasn't a threat, they wouldn't do all of this. So whatever Trump has is basically he couldn't be bought. Well, they don't have that. And anything they tried to get him that would be morally corrupt, he didn't care. He's like, not a perfect man, but he never was, as long as everyone's known him. So it's time to say to yourself, what matters more to me? The good policy or a perfect person? Because unless it's Jesus Christ who's running for president, you will never see a perfect person.
And I want to take this beyond president, because honestly, I think the president matters very little. Celeste Malloy is a friend of the show, and I like to consider her a personal friend. But to belie on Holly's point, Republicans are paying attention, because after that last vote, the big $1.2 trillion vote, I had 3 Republicans call me, humble internet moron, IQ of 42. They called me and said,
you're being nice to yourself today.
I know. And said, how did Celeste vote? And I said, I will look it up for you. So I look it up. She voted yes. And they said, well.
It was her and Blake Moore from Utah.
All of them said she lost a supporter.
Now.
Because they expect, and even after all of them have reached out to me after our interview where she justified it.
Well, this is something though most politicians would never.
They wouldn't. And
I
like Celeste.
I never come on the show.
Let me finish. I like Celeste a lot.
I know she's amazing.
But they all expected when she said on the previous show that she would never do that again. They expected that.
Okay, this goes right into Eric. His point is federal level politicians only have as much influence as the groups they rub shoulders with, none of which interests represent the people.
That is 100% correct.
That is why I have such a big problem with lobbyists. That's why I have such a big problem with these after jobs where they go retire and become lobbyists, or they become, chairman of the board of these companies they know nothing about just so they get their sweet ticket. And I hate the insider trading. I mean, to be a fly on the wall when Nancy Pelosi's husband's making his trades and investments, my goodness, I wonder how he's so in tune. And we have candidates right now who have a record.
Oh, Republicans and Democrats. We say Nancy Pelosi because her name comes to the tongue quickest and easiest.
Because I think her husband's a billionaire.
But it's 100%. Actually, the most successful one, the top most successful is a Republican. Nancy's actually like the fifth most successful.
Who is that?
I forget his name. But there's like Republican, Democrat, all above her, and then she's down.
I'm telling you, in DC, it's so far removed from the people that the line is so blurred. And I think that's where what I'm saying and what you're saying is we're sick. Mm-hmm. We're sick and tired of it. We want someone who's going to go up there. And if it's only one term because they're not rubbing elbows with the right people and they're not getting on committees, but they are making noise and they are defending the people and at the risk of just doing one term, I think that person actually gets it.
I just want to quit having our future and our kids' future and our grandkids' future. And I just want to quit having our future stolen from us for either quick talking points in the now or whatever else. And granted, there are some things, immigration. We do need to have higher immigration levels than legally we would achieve. We know this. We know we need them. But we can't have this just open amnesty plan. We have to have an easier process for them getting here, but it has to be a legal and open process to get here. We can't have this just people rushing across and we can't have.
We need to eliminate the Fed.
Now you're speaking my language.
I'm telling you,
this is a G-rated show. We're not going to go into that.
Absolutely. The Fed controls all of the strings, and they're not part of the federal government, folks. You don't get to vote for who is deciding what your interest rate's going to be next month. And that interest rate can decide if you can even sell your home or buy one for that matter, or a vehicle. Like interest rates are all up and down. The Fed is playing us all.
Yes.
And yet we have no recourse. Like where's Ron Paul when you need him to just,
he's still out there. He does the Ron Paul podcast. Watch it every day.
I wish there was an answer. And Eric, you may know because you loved Ron Paul. What could our federal government do to eliminate the Fed? And is there anything? Because if we eliminated their ability to work in the United States or control our money,
Congress could say wouldn't we be debt free? We now make the currency, which is how it's supposed to work. By the Constitution, Congress makes the money, disperses it through government spending, and then it goes around. Do you know
if there would even be an option for people?
It's not possible. I once helped gather more co-sponsors for an audit of the Fed than votes needed. The bill died in committee. Yeah, we'd have to. Now, I do have an option for eliminating the Fed, and it comes with a certain wooden metal construction device I talk about quite often on this show. It's a beautiful
51 minutes
piece of French engineering.
Why don't you just bring it down for the show?
I should.
I don't know why. You talk about it every time.
I really want to build a big one, like a big.
Eric, if we didn't have a guest coming on in 10 minutes, I would tell you to get here.
Yeah.
I want you on the show. I think there's so much involved that people, you've seen the ugly side of politics. And Eric was the party chair before me. And I learned a ton from him. The thing is that line is so blurred that when you get someone good who's really going to do what they say they're going to do.
Oh, they get run out?
They get run out. And they get outspent. They get run out. They get these, hit pieces out on them. People, please don't believe everything you read on Facebook when you see a candidate getting bashed by another candidate. And these PACs, these super PACs are literally designed to have money they don't have to account for. It's not like they've got the same donation laws and rules and all of that. But these super PACs will go out and do hits on these candidates, and ask yourself, why are they afraid of this candidate? What's got them so upset that they're going after this little candidate who didn't get signatures, is trying to win your vote at convention, and they just have a great idea.
Come on in, Tina.
And that's how it's going to be.
All right.
Hi, friend.
We've got Tina here. And we've just been going off on how uncorrupt our nation is running right now. How sound
We're
our
just talking
money
about how
is.
the Fed is so great and
everything is under control.
We've got an auditor in, and we're
Yes.
going to talk the Fed. How
There
about
you
that?
go.
That sounds,
That sounds exciting.
yeah, that sounds scary.
Can
So
you
how are you
zoom-
doing?
Can you
Doing
zoom in
good.
a little so we can see her
Oh, I can. Yeah,
a little better?
I can.
Thank you for being here in person. That's so
Oh.
awesome.
Oh, thanks for the invitation. I
You're
didn't miss
running
this.
around like crazy, aren't you?
Yes.
This
this is-
campaigning is not for the weak.
Oh no, tomorrow's going to get worse though. Tomorrow I think is the worst day.
It is.
Right.
How many conventions?
There are 6 that we're invited to. 5 are happening. 6 are happening. 5 are invited to, and then a meet and greet down in Utah County at the end.
How do you not get invited to a convention?
Well, Cash didn't want state people there,
Really?
so to interfere with their county elections because they had a lot of county.
Do they've got a spicy county election going on this year?
It must be spicy because they didn't want any interference. So
I need to
they
get
did a
down
separate
there.
meet and
That'd be
greet
the
next
fun one.
Tuesday.
I'm popping popcorn. Gonna take some fresh
So,
You know,
beer.
it's been kind of fun to be in the room for some of these county conventions to some of the races that have been decided.
Oh,
I bet.
I'm sure.
I bet it's never a dull moment,
No.
especially in counties that have some spicy races.
Yeah.
Most of our candidates are winning by acclamation. So when you come to ours, we've got one district voting, and that's it. And it's
Wow.
a small district, and it's for a county council seat. No one else ran against our incumbents within the party.
Well, that must mean things are going well.
Yes, they're going really well. And I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I think Tooele County is closed right now for growth.
No,
because
Tooele County,
we are
what you do?
So full.
Good luck.
You get on I-15 and you drive south, and you keep driving south. And when you hit the Mexico border, you went too far. Turn around, come back.
This is
Come back
Tina.
about 10 minutes, and then you're in Tooele County,
Okay.
also known as Los Angeles. A lot of palm trees. It's
Yeah,
beautiful there. Enjoy.
really.
That's where they're all coming from, though. That's the problem. You got to.
Oh, then you guys are already there.
Yeah, just stay there.
So, Tina, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tell us about your.
Tina Cannon. And while you do that, I'm going to flash up Tina's website.
So, what are you serving now on the state? In the state.
So I am currently the senior policy advisor in the office of the state auditor.
So you work with Dougal.
Yep.
And everyone knows him as Frugal Dougal. I know
He's
him.
serious about that too.
He's one of the best people. And I mean, he's helped us get to the bottom of some stuff in Stansbury Park, which I was like, wow, this is awesome. In a small agency that was raising taxes on us 104% in each area. And so and it wasn't because I knew him or anything. Someone else reached out to him. And by the time I was like the third, and I was like so excited that he took the time.
Yeah.
But he's quite frugal. And that's how long have you worked with him?
Just under 2 years I've been in the office. He reached out when he heard I was retiring, and apparently that's not allowed.
Yeah, because you're too young to retire. Are you kidding me?
So
You can't retire at 30.
yes, 30. That's yeah.
He gave you the
Yeah.
oh, you're retiring, huh?
Yeah. So I got to know John when I was elected in Morgan County on their commission. I came on right after they'd had an embezzlement of 100% of the general fund. And coming in with an accounting background and reading the audit reports and getting a little nervous over, because it is the council and the commission that are over those financial
Right.
policies. So to implement that change was not as easy as it should have been.
How did it get past them? Was it just bad policy?
So most people, it's because of trust. When fraud happens like that, it's usually because you trust the person who's doing it and there aren't the proper oversights in
Right.
place. But when John was first elected as the state auditor, he's an engineer, he's not an accountant. And the prior CPA that had been in the office, 800 of 1,000 of the state agencies were non-compliant in their financial reporting. And that makes it just creates the environment where the kind of fraud that happened in Morgan County is allowed to happen because no one's doing the proper oversight and the proper checks.
That happened in Stansbury Park.
Yeah.
And it was 2 years, almost $1 million. And I'm looking at my agency going, how did you miss this? This is $700 a day.
Yep.
And it comes down to, even when I do the 501c3 with the party in our county, I make sure there's 2 of us on a signatory. Yep. I make sure that the treasurer and we share the books. Yeah. So I'm watching him, he's watching me, and we are in constant communication. But I've also ran a business before, and business people don't mess that up because it'll kill their business.
But yeah, most people, and that's, people really care about their own money and they'll watch their own money really closely. Yeah. But government is not designed. We hear a lot about, well, we should be more efficient. We should be more like a business. But government is designed to be transparent.
Say this part real slow. Come on now.
Government is designed to be transparent, not efficient. So there's always that argument, well, that will take more time. We'll have to pay 2 people. But that's the way government is designed. You always need 2 sets of eyes on a financial transaction. That's just safe.
At least 2.
And that's why everything's became an emergency.
Yeah, because they don't want you to look.
Everything government's an emergency.
Our county also wasn't compliant. Isn't that right? When John Dougal first came in. Yeah, I believe we had some issues.
Yeah, there are several counties. That's one I'm looking at right now.
Is there any counties that were? Can we focus on the positive today?
There are counties that are really, really good, and it's kind of cyclical too, depending on because we do change who's in charge and who are in those elected positions, and sometimes it's easy for it to slip by.
Also, we'll compare it to a rodent problem, if you will. If you get rodents in your house, you start paying attention, you set more traps. Once they start going away, you quit tending to the traps and they're gone and you're happy for a bit and
You're referring to bureaucrats? Because
did I say snakes? It's snake
it
problem.
It is a bureaucrat usually, right? It's not the actual elected. It's the bureaucracy that
actually
knows how to do it.
In Morgan, it was the county administrator.
Wow.
Yeah. But no, it happens when you're comfortable, you don't pay attention.
Yeah.
I should have went with ticks. Mm-hmm. Ticks or leaches. That's what, if you've got a leech problem in a family pond.
Okay. We got the metaphor. Yeah. We got it.
But no.
All the disgusting things.
As you get comfortable, well, I'm thinking parasites.
Comfortable in a leech pond.
As you get no, it's not a leech pond. It's a pond.
Stand By Me?
It's a pond, but then leeches show up. Stansbury's going through it right now with the people eating algae, whatever they keep sending a report out about. But they, as you're comfortable.
People eating algae?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
Or something like that.
Like a flesh-eating virus?
I don't know, something like that.
Or like people
don't you read your mail?
Algae.
Don't you read your mail you get from Stansbury?
I live on that lake, so my kids swim in it.
Yeah, there's some kind of algae in there. It's bad for you. So I call it people eating algae.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Welcome to the circus.
It eats people. But no, so they get comfortable and then, and then they'll get strict. And after it's straightened up for a couple of years, they'll still want to see everything. And then they'll get comfortable and they'll.
But the sad part is some of these electeds come into this and it's happened. And a lot of electeds take the brunt of the fault, and yet they didn't write these policies. They're not the ones who approved these payments or these things. And so I know of a couple situations where people have come in and they're like, well, what's happening? These books are a mess. And they couldn't be compliant until they actually came out and said, look, we're not compliant. Help us get compliant.
And providing that support is part of what we do in the office as well. I'm currently helping a couple of other agencies with that same kind of thing. When people come forward and say, this just isn't right. That's what the hotline through the state auditor's office is for waste, fraud, and abuse. And we have 3 full-time people. We run them full-time over problems across the state.
That's sad, but it's good to know that
it's good to know someone
that
has
you're
your
there.
back.
I clocked 30 hours overtime this week.
Exactly.
And
Some
do
days
people,
pretty discouraging.
call you, even business owners and governments, when they know they're not compliant and say, look, we just discovered this. Can you help us figure out who's doing this?
Yeah.
And
We
you
get all sorts
work with
of
law
time.
enforcement and all
There are
of
times,
that.
like in some of the audits that happen up in cash, we did turn that over. After it reaches criminal charges, we have to turn it over to the AG, but we have subpoena power and we have investigative power.
It's amazing. So who else is in the race?
I don't know. Is there
Perfect.
someone else in the race?
No, I mean,
I don't think so.
I hope that it's great and easy convention for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I hope
So-
so too.
I have lots of questions about like
Leeches.
how like is it a fun job? Is it
I wouldn't say it's fun, but I would, because we joke all the
Intriguing?
time that we're destroying our faith in our fellow men one day at a time. in
you're
the
the,
office.
or you're
Our office in general, but it's vitally important, and,
Oh,
and
very.
that's one of the reasons why I decided to run. Is I know what we do, I know why we do it, I know how important it is that we do it, and I've experienced it from both sides. And I think too many times, especially in the larger, really professionally run counties, where the pool of applicants for or candidates for these positions is long. They forget what it's like to be in rural counties where you don't have all of the same choices and the pay isn't the same as
No.
it is in the larger counties.
They're part-time.
Yeah.
They make $20,000 a year. They're giving 40 hours a week of their time, but they're making $24,000, no benefits, nothing. And they have to keep a full-time job. So it gives our pool of applicants
Right.
shrinks greatly.
Exactly.
And then the knowledge of these people, some of them have never run a business. Some of them don't realize even the finances of their own household,
Right.
to the extent that you have to know in government. When it's other people's money, you've got to be extremely diligent. That's why I got so upset about the Stansbury thing, because I'm like, I could see if it was a little bit, but
Yeah,
this is
30,000.
2 years of bidding missed. And we have a whole panel of folks. One's name was the treasurer, mind you.
Right.
Why did this happen? How did this happen? And you know that these people who are going to do this, they don't start out probably thinking they're going to
No.
take $1 million, but when they realize it's not missed,
Exactly.
they get smarter, right?
it gets tempting.
It when you get away with it the first time, it creates the rationalization where they keep going. And usually the ones, the largest fraud that ever happened in the United States actually happened in Dixon, Illinois. For all of you accounting geeks out there, it's called All the Queen's Horses. There's a great documentary about this. It is fascinating. I've watched it several times, but it was actually in the hometown of Ronald Reagan, where they apparently trusted but didn't verify. And it's called All the Queen's Horses because she kept going. She found she could do it. And I can tell you exactly how she did it, but because she got away with it, she kept going. And she was known for her quarter horses. She put all of that millions of dollars that in a little teeny small town into quarter horses. She was known for her quarter horses and show horses.
She just kept buying horses and
Yeah.
buying horses.
How does the county recoup their money?
So that was a city, and it was coming out
city.
of their road fund.
That's insane.
Oh,
So it's fascinating to me how she did it, because she created another account and nobody's watching, but everyone had known her. She'd grown up there.
Right.
They trusted her. She would never do that. So it was an employee in the office who turned her in. But that pattern is very, very similar when you see fraud. And even in my family, I have a very successful attorney who's for a brother, and he's had this happen. And
So
it was
like
a
he's
cute
had
little
an,
old lady who went to the temple every Thursday.
like an office secretary that, well,
Yeah,
I want
to. That's why oversight. That's why that oversight and making sure that you're following the dual control, the checks and balances to the system are all there.
So who do you work for? Do you work for the public?
Yes.
Or are you a tool of the governor?
No, the auditor is independently elected
Right.
for a reason. And that oversight that separation is crucial.
Absolutely. Because you have to look at them also.
Yeah, we audit state government and we audit a lot. So for example, when we audited the tax commission over the property tax rules,
how did that feel? Hold on. Let's dig into the details. I don't want to miss a minor detail of this.
That one. Yeah. So it was fascinating, but that's under the governor. He appoints the tax commission, and it's under their oversight that happens. So the separation of powers, especially in the auditor's office, is really important. It's really crucial. It's also one of the reasons why I committed from day one that I would not take donations or endorsements from any of the 1,800 agencies that we audit and those elected officials, because you have to have that separation. You cannot have that cloud of maybe you didn't say what needed to be said over an audit that you have. So.
And the fact that you're elected means you're accountable to the people.
Exactly. You answer to the people and only to the people.
And then when the people call you and say, hey, something's fishy, whether it's in the business I work for, whether it's in my county or my city, you are a neutral party that's going to check the books and make sure that the laws are being followed. And I think all the offices, I hear the floating around that the AG should be appointed by the governor and the school board. And I'm thinking, why would we want to give that much power to one person when we believe in smaller government, but accountable government as well.
Right. And that all you have to do is go back in time and look at Enron and WorldCom. And that tells you everything you need to know about why an auditor should be independent. But I could go on those other elected officials that there does need to be a separation. So
I totally agree.
And for everyone out there, I mean, the auditor is pretty much the only tool you have to hold a government accountable in real time.
That's true. So
with the AG's office, right?
Even with the AG's office. So when we were doing that audit, I ran into someone from the AG's office, one of their top attorneys, and she asked me, oh, so what are you working on now? And I told her, and she said, oh, don't tell me anymore. I represent the agency. And I said, oh, that's interesting because I represent the people.
Well, no, the auditor.
That's how it goes.
Wow.
If there's money missing, if they're buying dumb stuff or having too many cocaine parties, whatever. Not that cocaine parties ever happen in government. Anyway, I digress. But the auditor is that's the tool that the people. When I was in the military, there they called it inspector general, but it's the same thing. It is the tool to correct an issue in real time.
Yeah.
Because they can show up and dig through all the books in real time and then give a report, and they're not tied to anything in there. Then they piss off and go elsewhere.
Are they under classes like lieutenants, captains, or does that not work against them? They get audited general.
Oh, yes.
And then they're independent. They don't have to.
Oh, yes. There was a group, Fort Hood, notorious for young ladies and young men disappearing out into the middle of the Texas desert over the last couple of years. The IG went down there and tore it apart. And Fort Hood is huge and has a lot of generals there. And the IG tore it apart.
So you're an accountant.
Yep.
How? You are so outgoing. You're just such a light to be around. I always say this when I meet an accountant that is just this bright, shiny, bubbly person. I'm like, I expect you guys to be just quiet, dark in a corner.
I am actually a natural introvert. I'm not a natural extrovert. It takes some recovery.
I get that. You actually are probably going to need a long recovery after all this.
It's been, and I'm married to an engineer, so to get him to go with me all these things, we're really testing our limits for being around a
Sound
lot
like
of
a
people.
couple of wild and
Yeah.
crazy kids.
But, you know, I had listened to one of the other candidates. It's amazing to me how many of the candidates are accountants right now. And I think it speaks to the time we're in history that so
We're
many
done with lawyers.
natural introverts are now like, I can't watch this anymore.
That's it right
I
there.
have to get involved.
And that's what we talked about here earlier, that people have had enough. We're done. We are so done with what's happening all the time. It's insanity. We're electing the same types of people that say the same types of stuff, and they don't put it into action once they get that seat.
But aren't we living so prosperously?
Everything's great, especially for the elected class.
Yeah.
Oh, did I say that out loud?
Yeah, be
Yeah.
careful,
Quiet part.
because you might be the elected class soon enough.
I might, you know,
Yeah.
if you ever get kidnapped in the middle of the night and wake up in DC, you've been sent there with the job. Just
So how does that work? What if it's the federal government? And
we do a lot. We audit. In fact, our single audit is over how the state uses federal funds. So we do audit.
like the COVID funds.
But there is a lot more than just the COVID. So we get Medicare, Medicaid money, we get school money. So we do that audit every year. In fact, it just
How
came out a
often
couple of
did
weeks ago.
Medicare and Medicaid hit.
So
I'll bet that keeps you busy right there.
that we audit that every year. And John released a statement and has over the last several years for how much of the state budget that is and how much more dependent we're getting on federal funds and what that means, because it does tie the hands of state government. It's always interesting to me because the state always starts out with, well, it's just free money from the federal government. And it's usually free the first couple of years, and then the strings start coming, and then the matching funds start coming. So you're tied into a program that it was free in the first place, but then the requirements cost you.
Who do you think who taught who? Was it? Do you think the federal government was taught by the 1980s drug dealer commercial playground guy? Or do you think he learned from the federal government?
Because Fred, really?
It's the same thing. It's the same plan.
Yeah,
the first couple hits are free.
Yeah, exactly. It's like
The first one's free.
I see where you're
Second
going.
one, bring a friend, and it's still
I
free.
have a question though. Is there any possible way, logically, that we could ever get out from underneath the thumb of the federal government financially?
Probably not all at once, but one program at a time. And you could start in education, and probably should.
Thank you. Yes,
and start
please.
in education and go.
I'm gonna have to put a
I think it's
rating on
Florida
this
that's
show.
done
I
it.
know he loves this kind of talk. If we could get rid of the federal government, I mean, that's the thing though, Medicare, Medicaid, education, a lot of people that's an entitlement. They feel that they're owed, and it's harder to take away than it is to give. And
Exactly. Once it starts, it's really hard to get rid of the program. And the requirements, the federal government is always they don't do anything really well. I don't know if anyone noticed this with COVID funding, especially they just don't do anything really
Purveyors of disappointment.
And the closer you are to the problem, the easier you are to see the solutions to the problem. The federal government should be not doing any of this.
absolutely.
Yeah, I would say
The Constitution doesn't give them
honestly,
the right to do
usually
what
the
they're
thing
doing.
that deals with it the best is the churches, your local church.
Exactly.
Like the young single mother who needs help because her husband ran off with a waitress or lady of ill repute, whatever.
Oh my! You gotta
She
get
goes-
so much detail.
She goes to the bishop, and the bishop helps her out, and he's able to keep an eye on her and check on the kids. And I am not a religious man. I am, but I think churches are good. And he says, come to church and bring your kids. And the kids get to socialize with, probably the worst kids in town, but they're still pretty good kids. I mean, and that's the best way. But if we leave it up to the state government, well, we know they're just going to throw money at the problem because it's not theirs. They don't care. And the federal government's even worse. They're going to take a loan, kill somebody in another country, then throw money at it.
Can we get back to the
Sorry.
the subject? So when the state does their budget,
Mhm.
I know that there are certain budgets that money goes into, and they're not allowed to touch. They have to go spent a certain way.
Yeah,
The same with
restricted
counties,
funds. Mhm.
and pretty much every organization.
Mhm.
So do you do you audit the budget legislature votes on, or do you wait till it's already been
Yeah,
implemented?
So it's after the spend. So we go through the departments and how they spend it, and how the state. So that's a major report. We do it every year. It comes out just before Christmas is when we're finishing it up. So it's a busy time.
Let's say that you do find discrepancies in a
Mhm.
certain department. Does the press find out about it, or do you just go right to that government agency and say, you guys are in violation? And
Both.
Okay. So you share it with the people.
Yeah. So and this is one of the areas I think I'd improve because nobody really knows. So I think you should be able to sign up for an agency. Like, let's say you're worried about what's happening in Stansbury and you want to know when the audits come out. So sign up. Just like for legislation, that you can sign up to know when those audit reports come out, because in the back of those audit reports are usually the findings, and that'll give you the rundown over where the problems are, or if it's a clean report. But we do work with the agencies. We let them know before those findings come out. There's a little give and take sometimes over what about this? Well, what about this?
You actually help them maybe with documentation that could be missing. You ask for that documentation. There's that back and forth.
Yeah, all the way through the process. And then but once the finding is set and we release the report, it's public.
See that this is an office that I don't think people even think about.
Trust me, I know. I've been campaigning for it. Most people are really, really focused on the Senate and really, really focused on the governor or the AG's office because it's getting a lot of attention. But this is probably the most important.
I mean, this is what protects my dollar, your dollar, our kids' dollar. Now, why is it? Maybe it's something we're just missing, but why is it so hard to get our spending back to pre-COVID levels? Is it because
it's like that crack
can't
analogy.
Take it away?
It's like, because they get used to that number in their budget. And it's really, really interesting how when it's not your money, this is universally applied principle, I think. When it's not your money, you're free with it. It's absolutely astounding.
It's like renting a house. When you're renting another
It's
person's
so
house,
nice.
you don't treat it like you would your own.
Yeah. And so, you can never get enough of other people's money. That's what I've noticed.
No.
But I think that's where my background in tax, where I've spent 28 years across the table telling people how much money they're going to send the state and local government. And most people don't realize until I pointed out that you will send more money to the state government between sales tax, income tax, and property tax than you will ever send the federal government. And this is the oversight over that money. And it's crucial. And if we weren't going to do what we said we were going to do with it, give it back. Give it back. It should have stayed there. But the dirty little secret. Back to that audit you forgot.
We're going to need to play slow jam R&B over the background of this show the whole time.
You keep hearing that you've been given record levels of tax cuts. Right? How many times have you heard it? When you lower income tax by and I'm going to look at you when I say it. When you lower income tax by 0.3%, while you're raising property tax exponentially, it's not a cut. No. That's a shift at best. But it's an increase. Look at the budget.
Or while you inflate the money.
Look at your finances in your own home right now.
Or while you inflate the money.
Yeah, well, that's
when you kick the printers on and then lower tax rates.
I'm talking about state.
Yeah, she's talking about the state
government.
Oh.
So when the legislature froze the school board rate on your property taxes, everybody's screaming and yelling at their local entities, at the counties and the school districts. But that rate that was frozen while property values were increasing was a state rate set by the legislature. They froze it for 4 years. Over those 4 years when property values were doubling, that's what happened with your property tax. That was happening during the same time they were giving you a 0.1% cut in your income tax. That's not a cut. So you deserve an auditor who not just understands it, but is willing to say it.
Well, this is something I have to know and Eric says that Eric Gumbrecht says you're just a stellar human being. And this is true.
Thank you, Eric.
And I know you through political circles, and I've seen you. And how tall are you? Are you 5 feet?
I'm the other 4'11" cannon. You know that one they have the statue of at the Capitol? Her statue is not 4'11".
Yes, the lady,
4'11".
The lady that was there last night representing you, she was, I don't know, 5'8". And I said,
5'11",
you're not the Tina I talked to at the Lincoln Day
dinner. But I can tell you, this woman is vicious, and she's amazing and smart and kind. And
thank you.
it's so many people speak so highly of you that have
Yeah.
worked with you.
Everyone
And
does.
I mean,
Thank you.
and everybody, I really like Dougal, and I've always gotten along with him. And he's just, I get it that you kind of are an island in this job. You can make friends everywhere. At the end of the day, a really good auditor knows where the boundaries are. And I mean, you give the shirt off your back, but you're still going to audit you.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only friends you could probably truly make are people who are, the homeless people, they don't.
Well, people that elect you.
Because we don't audit people. We only audit government. And that's who we answer to is the people. But I said that in Morgan when I was getting such pushback from my fellow commissioners over implementing generally accepted accounting principle. Apparently it's not as generally accepted as I thought. But my response back was I didn't get elected to be your friend. I got elected to represent the people, and this is their money.
Now, you were the auditor for Morgan County?
No, I was on their commission. But
you were a county commissioner?
Yeah. So we were a council that called ourselves a commission, and then they officially made us a commission just as I was coming off. So we are now officially a commission, but we had all of the legislative and administrative powers, but called ourselves a council. Same as Grand County had the same weird form where it's not actually what it says.
Eric says a lot of governments have history of learning after the fact. They had mismanaged funds and assets. Do you have any additional ideas for helping prevent these issues?
So this is one of the supports we give to local government. So we have a full-time person who this is what their job is we do a lot of work and a lot of trainings, and then making those trainings easier and quicker, so that, because most people don't realize that the clerk is doing your finances, but ultimately the financial statements and the policies that control those are done at the council or commission level. They are who are ultimately responsible. I think you have an appointed administrator
we have a county
now,
manager.
a county manager.
And he runs the exec or the administrative.
Yeah.
And then our executive is our part-time
County council.
Yeah. So they actually have final oversight over the financial statements. So how those are prepared, and that's what happened in Morgan with that embezzlement. That's who took the heat. It was the council who took the heat, because they are ultimately responsible for it. And so implementing and making sure that those policies are happening, and that there is a check and a balance between the treasurer and the clerk, and that's the way it is designed to be.
So you didn't have a county auditor?
No, we had a clerk auditor.
Because we have the office separated now. We did have clerk auditor. Now it's an individual auditor and the county clerk, which I think is brilliant.
I think, yes, you can't audit yourself. So it's really hard for a clerk to audit what they're doing. The offices should be separate. But again, this is internal audit and not necessarily external audit. So that you will also have a financial statement and financial auditors that will audit those financial statements annually too.
So we just sat through a State of the State address that told us how great we're doing as a state.
I know.
And you, being this brilliantly smart woman who understands numbers and probably understood far more about the numbers or what wasn't being said out loud, that maybe you could tell us, because we are being told that
I'm running for office. This is getting more and more dangerous as the day goes on.
Well, I guess what I'm asking.
But honestly, I can tell you, because we talk about we're the best managed state, but we don't talk about, and we talk about how much the record tax cut. When your budget is increasing exponentially, when you're increasing every year, but you're cutting a little bit off the growth off the top, is that really a record cut? Because the budget didn't get cut.
That's my problem. It's
the amount that you
start cutting the budget.
Yeah. And there is such thing as an economy of scale. That doesn't happen when you allow the growth to continue to happen as more people come in and the revenues increase. Are you really cutting back? And like we talked about before, that shift, while they're cutting that small amount, but they're allowing the property tax set by the state to continue, because property tax is not intuitive to most people. That's number based. And as your value rises, the percent rate of the property tax should shrink and go down so that the amount of money collected is the same. When the legislature freezes the rate, as your property values rise, the amount of revenue they collect rises too.
It seems like they're playing a game where they got the cup and the ball.
It seems to me they're telling you one thing.
Did they do that on purpose?
And counties depend on that rate. I know
there's two ways. Yeah, because counties have to do truth in taxation. The legislature does not.
See, that's what gets me.
Was it known when they did this Do you think they knew, okay, we'll let property values rise so we gain more property tax, but we're going to look good because we're going to do this income tax cut and tell everyone about that, but we're going to keep this one hidden.
I don't know that all of the legislators understood what that
could
meant
be it.
to freeze the rate.
Because I don't think they have the intent per se to, I mean, some might because they want perception and optics, if you will, of what it's going to look like. But I think that a lot of people get into legislator and it's their first time on the job and they're learning on the job and what maybe they don't understand because this stuff, would make my eyes glaze over because I'm not a numbers person, but for you, this is just black and white to you and you can see it.
Right.
But my question is, why isn't the state auditor sitting up there when budgets are being discussed and it's being explained to these new legislators, these people and say, look, you guys freeze this. Here's what happens. Here's what happens if you do this. Here's what happens if you do this. It's like you are an island alone and they're not going to bring you in.
No.
And you can't force your way in.
No.
But as an American or as a Utahn, I want you at the table.
Well, the time for being at the table is after when the recommendations come out over an agency. So let's go back to the tax commission. And property tax. So the tax commission response was our revenue is the same. But if you're getting the revenue from the wrong person and the wrong people, it's being applied unfairly, then it shouldn't matter that the revenue is the same, but they don't see it that way. They only see it for how much money they're bringing in. And I think that's where it goes back to. If you lose sight of who you took it from and how it is actually applied, and that's where the expertise in knowing how tax works matters. Because even though the revenue is the same, in property tax, when one property value is increased while another one is left alone in assessments, that's a shift from the person who didn't have their taxes or their values increased to the person who did. And you're seeing in counties across the state where properties had not been reassessed in 10, 15, 20 years. Mm-hmm. That's a shift. And even though the revenue is the same to the state, that does not mean that the fairness is there at the local level, at the individual level. So to come back and to say that that's where, if you go out on transparency, transparency.utah.gov and you look at the property tax tool, that's why it's there, because they didn't even know how to bring that data in to even do the beginning analysis. Our office did in 2 weeks with one part-time person what the state tax commission had not done in 30 years.
That's insane.
We are good at what we do. We're 45 people. We're over 1,800 agencies. We are a lean, mean fighting machine. It is amazing.
Will you give me that website again?
Yep. Transparent.utah.gov. And you can find all sorts because we collect all of the financial transactions from those 1,800 agencies. Transparent Utah gives you a wealth of information about every agency out there. There's a school district or a school
Utah
one.
Spelled out, or is it UT?
Utah, all spelled out at utah.gov. Transparent.utah.gov. I've had them put it on my business cards now because I tell everyone about it. It's awesome.
Hey,
my property taxes, I mean, they go up constantly. So I know I'm being assessed constantly. I think we are out here.
I don't even know if we're being assessed. I think they're just doing a general raise, aren't they?
Because you had a really good assessor, and I like Scott. Even we share the same. My maiden name is Parkinson, so I liked him. Anyway,
awesome. Jake's the best. And now we've got Joy Peters, who was in his office. And
there's a lot of Parkinsons out here too.
Yeah, I think I had an uncle somewhere in this line, but when you have an assessor who's doing a good job in a county, but you have another county where you don't have that happening, it's a shift. We talked about the state rate that's going statewide. That's a shift from the counties who are actually doing the assessments correctly. It's a shift from the ones who aren't doing it correctly to the ones who are. So you have to make sure that that's fairly applied across the state. And that was the job of the tax commission.
That's how I feel about just working with the other chairs that I work with.
Yep.
And with my county clerk, for example. I know I have an amazing county clerk. Not all counties do.
Right.
And when they're not working in unison, even though they try to, and they try to work together and all of that, but when it's not in the same, in my county as it is in someone else's, we have an amazing auditor. And I mean, at least Allison that I know, she's great.
Right.
If other counties aren't auditing the same way ours is, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Especially for people leaving a county and going to another.
Right.
And budgets from the state going out.
And you see that across all of the different things. So let's talk about the same thing happening in elections, but you've got a multi-county race.
Mm-hmm.
So it does impact. But in property tax, it came back to the State Tax Commission to make sure that it was equitable and fair across the state, not just within the counties, but among the counties, to make sure that that was happening. But you can't do that if you don't have the data and the analytical ability to do it.
It's amazing. David Weiss wants to bring up Bitcoin, and has the state ever considered putting some of the funds into Bitcoin? Is that even a viable option for governments yet?
So this is a question for Marlo, because Marlo gets to decide on these things. But and Marlo's fantastic, as most people know.
Yeah, but how do you audit Bitcoin?
So once Marlo invests it, we don't necessarily go and invest and audit the fund that it's in. So it's more of an investment when it gets over there. So the investment side of it is under Marlo, but you wouldn't be directly putting your immediate tax collections into Bitcoin and as part of the process that we audit. So it's one step removed. Once it's in a fund, that's when it would go into Bitcoin.
So do you love working with Marlo?
I do. I
think
really,
he's
really love Marlo.
Amazing.
Yeah. And Elaine is pretty awesome too.
Yeah. They are cool.
Dave he's a safety guy. He's rather dry. Probably fit in well in an accountant situation. Anyways, he's asking you to hire him. He's more of an
engineer, right?
No, he's not an engineer. Not that much personality. Anyways, he's a safety guy, and he says hire me. He's in Florida right now.
Yeah, hire you from where? You coming home?
No, I would suggest Dave would be great in one of those pay attention to all the little fine details
but
jobs.
You have to come home.
Like he would. He would definitely stand there, pants pulled up over his navel and a tie tucked into him, and
Fred,
pocket protector.
I'm ridiculous.
Yeah. So in our office, we have a lot of people that we hire. So it's not just accountants in our office. 37% of our office are CPAs. We have MPAs. We have MBAs. We have a journalism major. He is actually a really great investigator. I won't use his name because then people won't spill the beans as readily as they do, but he's fantastic. Everybody tells him everything.
I'll bet I could put him for the janitor position. I can run a mop. Yeah,
all these
I can't
big
do that.
words you're using?
You keep no.
His eyes glazed over.
IQ 43, 44. It depends on the day.
Custodial.
If I have my alphabet, custodial,
security.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I'm not usually not even smart enough for that, but I can open doors for people.
So before we go on a tangent,
you can do a receptionist because I think you can smile pretty.
Sit there and do my nails.
I would love to know about your family and about why. I mean, I get it. You watched.
Yeah, I want to put the family back
happening, and you're finally like, I could retire, or I could put my money where my mouth is and fix it, or
and stay
get
involved.
some change and
stay involved. And it was. John's also a really good salesman, along with David Frugel.
I have no doubt.
Because he talked me into this, and I kept saying, John, I wanted to get out of the political side of this because it does get a little wearing, and it's hard to lose. I will admit, it's really tough to lose.
Plus, it's hard when in politics, you never know because people change, and then you trust people, and then they let you down.
There are a lot of.
Then you make a decision, and half the people are mad at you all of a sudden, and you're just standing up for something you believe in, and you're trying to do right. Your intentions always are right, but you're still going to piss half the people off. With whatever you do,
especially in audit, you're not anyone's friend.
Right.
This is not the position to go in thinking you want to be everybody's best.
Well, how is Dougal so loved? Like everybody loves him.
The people love Dougal.
That's true.
Okay. The people love Dougal. One of my favorite stories is in one of the audits we were doing, and we were there. There's usually a team that comes in, and we were discussing what we'd found. And the manager got really angry and really upset, and he started yelling and he started cussing and
Cussing out the
dishonest.
auditors.
Yeah, and
That's a
you're
good move,
dishonest
Fitz.
and deceitful, and I'm like, what? You don't even know me. And he's John Dougal, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Wow.
As long as you're talking about John, I guess we're fine.
You're like, that went over my head.
Tell us about your family. You got a husband who's an aerospace engineer.
Oh, he's just
Yeah.
an engineer.
I'll bet
My
his
husband's an engineer.
conversations are higher that they couldn't even blow the wig off Abraham
Yeah.
Lincoln.
I'm
And then,
proud of Dave.
and are all those your kids or
Yes.
in-laws? What do we got there?
So no, those are. I have four kids.
Uh-huh.
They're all in their 20s, and
I can't
my
believe
husband-
that. You look so young
Oh,
to
thank
me.
you.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty old. I was ready to retire, and
Pretty
so was
old. I
Dave.
mean, to 33, it's a tough
Yeah,
time.
it's hard to sell that with a 29-year-old daughter now. But yeah, Mackenzie's an attorney with Dorsey and Whitney.
The one on the right or the one on the
the
left?
one on
the
the right,
right.
the far right,
I'll audit which side's right or
Yeah.
left.
and then
They
the one
did
on the
teach me
left.
that.
Kelsey is a journalism major, and so she's
Oh.
writing the next great American novel. And Jacob and
Wow.
Jacob is still in school, and Isaac is a video editor. He has his own company.
Awesome.
Outstanding.
Oh, you're so
Yeah.
proud.
No,
What a
that's
great
good.
family.
That's good. And you've got kids that are embarking successfully. I like the sound of that.
They're
Well,
awesome.
what do you think about? I mean, did they all go to state universities here in the state?
Mackenzie got her law degree at BYU. She did her undergraduate there, and Kelsey went to UVU.
So do you wonder, like, who's auditing our colleges?
We are.
And then what do you
Do
find?
you know in the legislation that passed this time, most people don't realize that on the DEI and on the
Yeah.
transgender bathroom bill, we're the enforcement on both of those.
Really?
So it's not just
You're
the
the heavy.
money laundering, the
No, it's
auditing, but
statutory. Yeah.
you are auditing the way they do policy, the way it's enforced. Any complaints that it's not being enforced
On every
Goes to
every
you.
state policy. So we do performance
See,
audit
that's
too.
interesting.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
I did not.
I did not
Yeah,
know
we
that.
No, what
you
about
guys did?
statutory
What about
compliance.
BYU where BYU's not a state school?
We
It's
don't.
private.
We don't audit BYU, but we did look into when I first came on. I did review that one because they did look into BYU Police Department where it was using. So there are some things that cross over when they're using state resources and finances, and anyone who gets state funding, we also audit.
Mm,
That's incredible.
So
okay.
but it's 1,800 agencies. It's a lot. It's
How
Well, I'm
big is
sure.
your office?
45 people.
That doesn't seem
1,800.
like
When he
enough.
says he's frugal, he is not kidding.
No kidding. Are you
Yeah.
going to be as frugal? Are you going to hire more people? What do you think you
well,
need?
the legislature keeps adding to our list of things we need to do.
Then you
and
need more
and
people.
You can't do that with we're tapped out at this point for what we can handle with, and when you add in the transgender investigations
huge.
and the DEI and where that's going to go, that's a lot of time.
That's going to be,
But we're so good at what we
and
do.
that one is just an
They keep
emotional,
giving us more.
that one's just an emotional draw too.
Can you?
That
Yeah.
though, anytime when it comes to any of these new things, I'm not saying this to be rude, but there's no logic involved in any of it. It's all emotion on every side. And that's got to make it so hard to
Yeah, it's
even
to put
get
a
through to
team together
people.
for that is a little more challenging than I think
Yeah.
most people realize.
And then do you have to do public schools?
Yes,
That's
all government. So
that's
state,
not enough people in
county,
your
city,
office.
school districts, universities. We subcontract out to CPA firms across the state. But what you're finding is, believe it or not, people don't necessarily they're not going into audit and accounting the
No,
way they used
I'm
to.
sure they don't.
Mm.
So we struggle, and so do some of the CPA firms across the state are pulling back on the amount they want to audit too, because it's hard to keep people in the profession. So there's some unique challenges that it made it really a difficult decision for me, because nobody wants to be the one who comes in and has the wheels come off.
What
Yeah.
can you do to draw more people into the profession?
You
'Cause
have
Or-
to be
or
really
can
awesome, so
AI
everyone wants
you
to be
do.
an auditor.
You have to be awesome, but what can we do as a community? Because
It's
I'm gonna
important.
Get our girls and boys
accountants
to
are
get their degrees.
always have a secure work,
Mhm.
financially successful.
Yeah, but I thought AI could take over accounting.
Not
in a
all of
lot
it. So I tell
careers.
people in my career, a good tax accountant will save you more than they will ever cost you, because those are complicated rules and how they apply.
Especially
is
if you run your
individually.
own business and you make
Yeah.
over, say, 200,000 a year.
Oh, yeah.
Mandatory.
Yeah.
Um,
Absolutely.
but what can you do to draw people in? Because everyone, I mean,
I
it
think
doesn't
getting
sound
people-
fun, but everyone
Getting
wants.
people aware of what we do and why it's important is part of why, as I've been campaigning, I tell everyone about Transparent Utah. I tell everyone about go out and look, see what we do. It's really important. And it's not necessarily, like I said, it wasn't where I didn't start my career thinking, oh, I'm going to run for state auditor. In fact, 2 years ago, I would have called you crazy.
Yeah, you were already planning
Well, how about-
cruises and beach vacations in your mind, probably.
But it's so crucial that we do this that, yeah,
It is.
it's
we
important
need our
that we
young
need more
people
people
to
get involved.
Yeah.
to
How do
get
we get
excited
more
about
kids involved in
numbers.
this?
And STEM needs to be pushed in
Yeah,
schools.
numbers,
And
STEM.
young ladies that love numbers. Some of the best auditors or accountants I know are women.
That's
And
another thing. It does not care about gender. It cares that you pay attention to each line, that you
we have to love
Right.
it.
pay
I
attention to
think, too.
detail.
The attention to detail, but I
You would
still
think
believe.
with autism on the ride, you'd just be on the rise, you'd just be packed with
So
people.
my two on the spectrum are not. They don't
they don't want
one
to
of
do
them want
it.
to do it. County Kelsey's going.
I watched Rain Man, and he would count stuff in jars.
They may be an engineer. I don't know.
Oh, there you go.
I think that's something that we've talked about a lot is that our colleges are doing a disservice to our young people because it is all about emotions. And
What you
yeah,
can get a
it's crap.
get a minor in
And
Taylor
then-
Swift,
Okay, and then but then
BYU.
when you get these young people who are thriving, I mean, it's more than just, oh, I like numbers. It's like our county clerk. She absolutely loves a good spreadsheet. And if she's not reading one or
Quit
found
selling
one,
her, she'll steal her.
then she wants to.
No, trust me, I might. She's
She-
really good.
She's
fantastic.
Stop
outstanding.
interrupting me. She wants to invent the spreadsheet.
Right.
So like she's start to finish, loves it. It's her passion. It's something that, and she's like, I know I'm a huge nerd. We need nerds like that
Yeah.
because it's people like that actually can affect change, that
Mhm.
can keep things steady, and that can be far more transparent, right?
Yeah.
Because they can look for the holes.
Well, in audit, in addition to loving the numbers and loving the analytics, you do have to have a backbone because you're not necessarily
yeah.
saying the fun things. You're saying what needs to be said.
I don't think people are ever excited when you show up. Are they?
Not usually.
The people
Not usually.
outside that called you. So what do you dress up for as Halloween? You dress up like a
Myself
barbarian?
now, but I've had that joke forever. It's the one day I dress as my true self. I'm a witch every year.
Whichever year.
Not a witch, you're a warrior. You're like a
Show up in an IRS outfit.
oh.
I mean,
You
there
know,
is
I
a
used to-
worse
I used
person.
to joke about that in college. That I was going to be an IRS auditor because it was the only way someone my size would ever strike terror in the heart of anyone.
Oh, that's true.
So let me ask you this question. I know the IRS auditors, you have an armed wing of them. I went to a couple of schools with them. Is there a state auditor armed wing?
No, we subcontract that out.
Do you?
So we do have, like I said, we have subpoena power and we have investigative authority. But when it comes to actually armed surveillance, no, we'll turn that over to the AG. And
So
allow
do you?
them to-
I assume you have to do some forensics regarding computers and all of that. Do you ever outsource that to the FBI? Do you do it with the
we
AG's
can.
office?
The
or-
FBI came in and met with John a couple of weeks ago and offered their services on some things. And so it is possible.
Probably like if you had to crack a computer or something.
John
they've
likes to keep things a little closer to the vest than the FBI. It doesn't like to bring the federal
I don't
government in on
blame
anything.
him.
So, yeah,
That's so. What do you
that's
see?
I'd rather not. I would rather bring in a really good forensic accountant. We've been working with one that's done some work for us in some counties, and amazing
People you can
Amazing.
trust
Yeah.
that are going to just
Amazing.
give it to you straight. So tell me about what you see your administration looks like. Do you see it growing? Do you obviously probably need more people? Is there any reins that are going to be put on the state? And is there, I mean, you're trying to educate people right now.
Yeah.
And now more than ever, because you guys, it's an election year and never will you ever have the power to get this type of stuff reined in than during an election year.
Yeah, I see a lot of the trajectory, the direction John has taken it is is fantastic. And I want to keep that data analytics piece really moving forward and then bring a little more transparency into it in the audits that we do and letting more people know and more people aware of what we find, because the more people that are aware, the more embarrassment that is shown, it's more light goes on it, the quicker the problem gets fixed. So the more people that are aware, the better. So I see that changing. And then the direction is really going to depend a lot on the legislature, because we're really good at what we do and they keep giving us more. That direction is really determined by the legislature on the growth. OLAG does a lot of audits. They're more performance audit than they are financial, but the independence of OLAG is always a little bit, it doesn't have the same independence for the result that the state auditor's office does. So I think we do a better job there. Sorry, OLAG.
What's OLAG?
Office of the Legislative Auditors.
Oh.
So do you ever offer, I don't know, training for new legislators to explain
I think that'd be a really,
some of this?
I think it would be a really good thing to do. I don't know that we've done it in the past because we do local government training.
Yeah, I'd love to see my legislators go in
come
and sit down with the
That's a
state
really
auditor.
good idea.
Because they're the
I'm
ones
gonna add that
voting.
to my list. Thank you. Huh?
Of course.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
But if they're the ones
their
voting for
freshman
these
year.
things,
Yeah, so that they actually know how taxes work and how it's applied, and because you do find that nobody wants to have a big fiscal note on a bill, but so they think if they push it into a fee or somewhere else that it doesn't have that, or you can push it off to somewhere.
optics.
Yeah, it's the optics of it, and they really don't understand always
What they're
what that
giving up
means. Yeah,
for
what that
optics.
means.
Mm.
Yeah,
But neither do the people who put them there.
exactly.
And unless the populace is educated and understands, I mean, again, legislators are just people like you and I who decide I'm going to be a legislator, and they run and they get in there and they're learning, and the people teaching them have been there a while. And there's usually an agenda for either side, but this is information that affects our everyday lives.
Yeah.
Right now, with inflation the way it is, with interest rates the way they are, with the fact that we don't ever get to own our property,
Yeah.
and we are always paying taxes on every damn thing,
Yeah.
everything, even
Everything.
after we're
And
dead.
then when you die, your kids pay the rest of it.
Exactly. So, and Utah is unique. We talk about it again. We go back to the best managed state, but Utah taxes income, property, and sales.
Yeah,
That is not
it's a
standard.
trifecta.
Yeah, they call it the three-legged stool to keep it from being impacted by inflation, but it also is keeping it from being really known how much money you're sending them.
Mhm.
So,
Like, how much out of a dollar does a average Utahn get to keep of their money to the Utah state tax? Because we're paying taxes on gas, we're paying taxes on food, we're paying taxes on, I think, medical, we're
Mhm.
paying taxes to this property tax.
Paying taxes on everything. And then you've got to declare your federal rebate from the year before.
right. Yeah.
I mean, like, what's the? I mean, we're
So
keeping
when you
what,
take- when
40
you-
cents out of a dollar?
Yeah, when you take into consideration the federal taxes, that's usually what I tell business people, 50%
Yeah.
in tax.
This is crazy. I mean, I'd love
If
having
you
a
hire
will.
a good accountant.
Well, if you hire a good accountant, we might get it down to 45, 48,
Ooh.
44.
But
like it.
so my biggest argument
But there
here.
are some advantages to owning your own business, and I tell people that
Mhm.
that's one of the reasons why
You get a
I
write off
struggled
stuff. You get
to stay in tax accounting, because at this point in time, the only people paying tax are W-2 employees.
Yeah, which
and
is
it
a
gets
lot
really,
of people.
really frustrating.
and you can roll a lot of property into the business. There's a lot of
Yeah,
things you
there's a
can do.
lot of advantages to owning
Mhm.
your own business, but W-2 employees do not have that same opportunity for those write-offs. So there are two things you can learn from that: buy a rental property or run your own company.
Mhm.
But W-2 employees are where it's hitting the hardest, especially in an
Yeah.
inflationary market.
And right now we're in a market where inflation is ridiculous from the federal all the way down. Housing, there's a housing shortage.
So,
and then-
so let's stop right there, because this is another one of those things that probably should be said legislatively. What's inflation? It's too much money chasing too few goods. How long have we been hearing we're 35,000 housing units short? 10 years now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So what happens when you add more money to that market?
you
Too
would
few
assume.
goods.
hmm
More money in the market. You just raise the price.
Why can't we
the
get
state
the
putting that gift that
The freeze.
They put out that grant for new construction, not existing. My oldest, we showed that picture. She just bought a 1927 farmhouse. She did not qualify for the $40,000 from the state of Utah because it only goes to new construction. But that is not what the young are usually getting into. Their first home is usually an older used
It's a
home.
starter home.
Yeah, this is not what it is being sold as a way to fix the housing market. That's not what this is. This is a gift to a developer.
The housing market's messed
A
up.
lot
And
is
it's
giving
not,
to developers right now.
and
out of
it's
our
not,
legislature.
well, I mean, we've got a
How many people are gonna
legislature
listen to this?
full of developers, and it's not just that, but look at the houses being built. Is there, okay.
We're the fastest
You're
growing county right now.
You're
in the
28
state.
years old.
Yeah, 28.
Remember
With a
when you first
29-year-old
bought a
daughter.
house, they were building new houses that were 2 and 3 bedroom houses, right?
Right.
I'll bet there's not a 2 or 3 bedroom house that's a standalone house built in the state right
they'll
now.
do it with condos or with
Townhomes,
Townhomes.
condos, that's it.
but not.
They
yeah.
won't do a standalone house that small, which was the starter home.
Which all of us grew up
Which
in a
was,
house that small.
you started out, you bought that home, built some revenue up in that, and then sold it to move up or use it as a rental for the continuing.
Now let's think about that for a young family who wants to have a child. Do you really want to have a child in an apartment with nowhere to run?
No.
And that makes it really, really difficult. Even for a young couple with a dog,
Yeah.
it makes it really, really
Mhm.
difficult.
I'm glad you said it because I was going to say that. Even a
Yeah.
dog. Like
Well, and they
something-
can't,
they
these
can
new
barely
kids
afford the
can't
apartment
get
as it
into
is.
them.
Exactly.
So
But we are the third most expensive housing market in the country.
Which is a
Third.
huge leap.
The
because we used to
legislature-
be one of the most affordable.
Exactly.
the legislature should be ashamed of themselves for that, for not sitting down and focusing on how to correct that.
Well, let's think about it for a minute. So you've got the governor's office of economic opportunity.
Mhm.
Why would they be incentivizing businesses to relocate to Utah when you have a housing shortage? Why would you do that?
Yeah.
There's no reason to do it. If you're already short, maybe we back off of that. Those
We just
programs.
had a guest on here a few weeks ago from Summit County talking about this development happening in
Yeah.
Summit that is absolutely insane. And
The old Walmart up there.
the circles they've been running around with the developers, and then the council wins their case fighting them, and all of a sudden the council's like puts their winnings on pause. This development would add millions of people up in Summit. With the Olympics coming, the traffic would be hours on hours. And these homes, they said affordable housing was 25% of, what was that, 700,000? So
Yeah.
affordable homes would be
But
in the
it's-
$300,000 range.
It's affordable.
And affordable is relative.
And
And
it's-
around here, we've got nothing but townhomes going up in mass.
Mhm.
But they're
So-
all $400,000.
Yeah. But you're seeing the tax incentives that are happening for the developers over high density and the transportation plan. So having been in county government, I actually know how they
Yes,
incentivize
the
that.
transit
Yeah,
was the
the
biggest
transit.
issue.
Mhm.
And that was it. They wanted this transit deal. And
Yeah,
so
and
did the governor's office.
And it can only happen around the high density. They're incentivizing that kind of development. And there's a reason why they do it. We haven't even touched PIDs and what happens with PID,
All right. What's a PID?
a public infrastructure district.
Okay.
So a public infrastructure district is where, let's say a developer decides they're going to put in a development in an area. Usually the developer would come in, put the roads, the sewer, the electrical, all of the infrastructure into the project. A PID allows that developer to bond a tax bond on property tax for the cost of that infrastructure. And then that payment on that bond is paid by the people who move into that area after the developer is long gone.
So it's almost like they're just building sports stadiums. It's the same thing.
Yeah. So basically what they're doing is now even more profit comes out of it because the cost of the development now got passed on to whoever lives there for the next 30 years.
And does that look like an HOA or something?
It's
Just on
another
top of
line
the
on their tax bill that they don't even know it's there until after they've
So
bought
it's-
and they get their first tax
So
bill.
part of their city and county
Oh,
tax packet.
Okay,
It's
I
a
have
special
a lot
infrastructure
of dear
district.
friends of mine.
Yeah, I'm called the
that are-
little black rain cloud.
Yeah.
I enjoy everywhere I go.
I have a lot of dear friends of mine that are in real estate, and I do know a couple developers. And it's like lawyers. We all know lawyers. Everyone hates a lawyer till they need one.
Mhm.
But I think our legislature is really full of developers,
Yeah.
and we've got a big lobby for
Yeah,
realtors. And
Utah and Colorado were the only 2 states that do a PID. But the reason I know is PIDs are also monitored by our office. So we see them come in, and
but Utahns don't know they exist.
Yeah.
Until they go, what is this?
Yep.
And they call and they're directed. See, this to me feels so shady. And I don't know how this ends, because counties like ours, we're going to have to move up, not out, because we don't have the space. Our lands are so limited. And Washington County, same thing. Just we're so limited. And if these little dealings are going on, how does this end? What is this housing burst going to be? Are we all going to be upside down?
It makes everything unaffordable. So you think you're moving into high density because it will be more affordable. But if you're paying another line on your property tax, think about your property tax bill now. Ugh. And it's another line that's on there for 30 years. And there is no check to make sure that the cost of that bond was actually what the cost of the infrastructure was. It is crazy.
Yeah, like who decides how much is an actual bid they get on streets? And why isn't the government requiring that money down from developers? Because it's the government that has to maintain those streets and that water and everything else.
So, but
why are these developers not having to foot the bill first?
So all of that typically that was done by the developer going in and getting all of it had to all be signed off on. Now the cost of that it's the taxpayer, because then the county or the city that is over that area will collect the same property taxes that were there for anyone else to pay for the maintenance. It is the cost of the development that got put into the PID.
You are a little rain cloud.
I am sorry.
But I'm so happy to know this. I swear we need to.
Oh, this is important.
We need to share this with as many people as possible. And I get it. You're friends with everyone in politics, but I also know that I really do understand that you can't have friends, not with this job.
No,
because you may have to investigate a friend of yours who is in a political office or whatever. So that's.
Well, you can't have friends in public life.
This is what I'm saying. So if the people can trust you,
right? That's why
you're the watchdog. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's why I said I will not take a donation or an endorsement from anyone who I am over auditing. And that's 1,800 agencies with elected officials or appointed officials in them. That limits my donation pool greatly.
Oh, it does.
And my endorsement pool. My opponent has not taken that same stand. And I worry about it for that reason. If you understand audit, you would have made the same commitment, because even if it wasn't tainted, it has the look and the feel of a tainted result if you have to audit someone that you've taken money from.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Optics. Again, optics.
Well, not just that, but just them to sit and threaten you for next go around.
Exactly.
You know, where right now, if you don't take money from someone, they're like, I'm going to get you when you run again. And you're going to be like, you know, you're going to get me for me correcting you ripping off the people. That's an endorsement as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
I
where
love
if someone
that
gave you money
for the people. I think that's what's missing. Dougal is
that's what's missing.
Awesome, but it is missing. It's missing from this. Look, I'm accountable to you.
I'm not accountable. That softball real slow across the plate.
I'm not accountable to the governor. I'm not accountable to the lobby. I'm accountable to you, the voter, and that's something like. I mean, Dougal supports all the counties. Right. He's at all our events. We've always loved him. He is very cheap, which bless him. It's awesome, because I learned today what the auditor actually does. And I've been in politics now for, gosh, I can't even know. I don't even know how many years I've been chair or as a state delegate. I've just always known that the auditor just makes sure that the books are right, yada, yada. I forget. And after having this issue we did in Stansbury, it was Dougal that I called, because I didn't know, how do we deal with this? They're a taxing entity. They're taking money from us for these projects we don't agree with. And they're doing this in the shadows because nobody bothers to show up to the meetings and argue with them. And even if they did.
But the meetings aren't even really announced. So, I mean, it's hidden.
Just very.
All sorts of ways.
Behind. Yeah, government is complicated, but the transparency only works when people are paying attention.
That's true.
Which is one of the reasons why I worry so much about the quality of questions I get as a state candidate from state delegates is astounding, because I've been through primaries. and it just dies down. You don't have the same kind of involvement in a primary as you do in a convention
It's true.
race. And we get some really deep questions. But going back to your point, I started this with, this is the most important race. And I'm serious about that. This is the most important race, but people have no idea why.
It's
Hands
true.
down.
And we need to educate them.
Yeah.
Hands
So
down.
I tried to do that the
Well,
whole
then,
time.
We do know we have to let you go
You
because
will
you've
be
got to
at
go
our-
to Nephi next.
Yeah, Nephi. So
A long drive, huh?
Well, not from here.
no, it's like,
Nephi.
Can I go the back way to
Yeah.
Nephi from here?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I think
then
it's
yeah,
like
it's pretty
Beautiful ride.
close.
dodging turkeys and deer.
45 minutes.
Okay, but yeah,
So
have a safe
you'll
So
be
drive.
it's another
here-
convention. I forget which county Nephi's in. Is it?
San Pete?
No, because that's Manti. That was last night. It's not San Juan. I want to say San Juan, but I think it's another S. Sorry.
Is it Juab? No,
Yes.
it's Juab.
It is Juab.
Okay,
So what I was wondering, you will be here Friday.
Yes.
So people come out to the convention if you're not a delegate or anything, but you just want to get to know, Tina, you want to get to know what the office is about, or you have questions. And I know some of you know exactly what we're talking about when you're with what we've experienced in places here and there. Her website is tinacannon.com, and wow. I mean, you're talking to the citizens and you're saying, look, I don't care if these electeds like me or not. I don't work for them.
Yeah.
That makes me happy.
yeah,
You're a
go.
lot more bold than John. John's just chill with everybody. He's just easygoing.
So
You
John
are a
introduced
pistol.
John introduced me the other day down in Emery County to someone. He said, I've been a watchdog. Tina will be a bulldog.
Oh yeah, no, I
Nice.
get that.
Well, and I say a French bulldog because she is 4'11".
I will clarify.
oui.
But go to her website, check her out if you have any more questions, and if you want to donate, it's a donate button there. Help her out, get her across the line.
Are
This
you
is
running with signatures or
No, state convention.
Yeah,
only?
she's-
So
This race can actually be decided that day. If we can go over 60%, it'll put both of us at
Good.
you hear that, state delegates? If you want to get to know her, get to know her. If you can't donate financially, volunteer,
Volunteer.
make phone calls for her, but get to know her really well first before you call for her. But every little bit helps. Your time is valuable, just
Mhm.
like your money.
And seriously, this is a way we can hold government
This
accountable
is like the ultimate
in the
way.
moment.
Yeah,
And this is what we've been fighting about for
Mhm.
forever.
years.
Yeah.
Like, how do we hold people accountable? It's
Yeah.
so hard
We
because
work for you.
elections are so far apart. And if we
Yep.
do the right thing and we vote them out because we're
That-
unhappy,
or-
it still takes so long. If they're doing something wrong, how great. We
That
have an
or they
auditor.
just do all the shady stuff the first half of their term and then make us happy the second half. And then
I
we
haven't seen that.
wash and
No, I
repeat.
don't know what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Wow.
But no, the auditor is the beast of the feast. We need it there.
That's amazing.
Thank you so much for coming
Thank
out. I'm going to walk
I
you out.
appreciate the opportunity.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah, anytime. And Holly, I'm going to put you on with Frank. And
Well, if
have
we
you.
could go on a pause for a second while you walk her out and I just talk to Frank for a second.
That sounds good.
And just give us like 2 minutes, guests, so we can rearrange and get our camera
If you're
set
going
up
to
and
talk
everything.
to Frank, do it on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Frank, if you can hear me,
He cannot.
2 minutes. Hey, Frank.
Hey,
All right.
how are you doing?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You showed up early. I didn't expect
Thanks
you
for-
this early.
I
Thanks
didn't
for
either.
waiting for us.
I had just gotten out when I initially came on, and so I finally got settled here. Started opening a drink, and it blew up all over me right when you were saying you were going to talk to me.
Yay! Just in time. Well, everybody, we would like to introduce Frank Mylar, who is running for
Attorney
Attorney
General.
General,
And you just got the Veterans Association nomination.
I did, yes.
Yeah, and I'm a veteran. I wasn't able to attend that meeting, but yeah.
I'm so excited to talk to you, and I appreciate you being on today. I know you are right smack dab in the middle of a trial.
Yep.
And as a practicing attorney, this has got to be one hell of a tough gig running for office.
I honestly don't think hardly anyone's ever done this that's run for any office is my guess. Certainly not in Utah, certainly not for Attorney General. I'm the only one actually practicing law right now, and I'm practicing a little bit more than I want right now. I filed a 10th Circuit brief last Monday, a week ago Monday, and a U.S. Supreme Court brief on Friday. Then started this trial on Monday, this Monday. But what most people don't realize, in a federal court trial like this, is a constitutional law trial, there is numerous motions that lead up to that for the 2 weeks preceding it. So honestly, I've been over the top full time practicing and also trying to campaign.
Well, I'm sure. And I was reading your website.
What's this here?
Oh, it's still got. I was reading your website, and so you do take a lot of constitutional law cases.
Most of them, yeah.
And I love that, which is I'll bet that's a lot of the reason why the veterans went for you, because they believe in the Constitution.
I have to say that near and dear to my heart is law enforcement. And that's something that you too have near and dear to yours, because you're doing a lot of defense of municipalities and law enforcement and civil liberty cases on behalf of our local law enforcement. Isn't that correct?
That's absolutely correct. Not only am I the only candidate that's actually prosecuted criminals, but I've also been involved in law enforcement for quite some years, 12 years at the AG's office. But then when I went into private practice in about 2001, then I started being asked by the sheriffs to defend them against a number of cases. And it's actually just really blossomed. By God's grace, I am really considered one of the top law enforcement defense attorneys in the state. Sometimes I actually get called by people from other states to help them out on some law enforcement defense suits. So, in fact, I just got a call a few months ago for someone in another state. But so, yeah, this is something I actively do. I know some candidates talk about how they want to meet with the sheriffs, and the AG hasn't been meeting with the sheriffs associations. I do all the time. I mean, it's already happening. I'm also the only candidate that actually teaches yearly at the Utah Sheriff's Association meeting. I've also taught before to the Utah Prosecution Council. So this is speculation to everyone else, but I'm actually in the trenches fighting, defending police, defending sheriff deputies, and defending sheriffs.
Now, can I just say, though, I don't think that maybe the public thinks something else when they think, oh, you're an attorney who protects police officers. But the truth of the matter is that when actually ever there's a question where a law enforcement officer has to have themselves defended, it's usually because there's an accusation thrown at them, or maybe their city or their county's not backing them. Their liberties. I mean, they're Americans just like you and I, and they could be in deep trouble for something that they didn't do, or that, it's a judgment of the people rather than by the law. And they've got to defend themselves from the media. And I don't think people realize that an attorney that fights for law enforcement is incredibly valuable to fight for the civilian as well, because you know both sides there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say this, that one of the reasons I wanted to work in the AG's office about the first 12 years of my career was you can actually do justice. It is exactly the same with the sheriffs. Once in a long while, and I'm going to tell you, it is a long while, but every once in a while, we find out that we screwed up. Every time, because they know that I'll fight all the way to trial if we didn't do anything wrong. They respect me when I say, hey, Sheriff, hey, Department of Corrections, hey, whoever it is, we did something wrong. We need to make it right and get it resolved. And so it isn't just a defense at all costs. It literally, the sheriffs understand this too. They understand because they're separately elected officials.
Right.
And they know, they care about the Constitution. And I'm talking about the rural sheriffs especially, but I represent everyone except Salt Lake County. And a lot of the sheriffs are extremely constitutionally minded, and they want to follow the Constitution. So when I say, look, we screwed up here, they listen and they go, you're right, let's get this resolved. But on the other hand, as we know, it's maybe 100 times, 99 times out of 100, they're right. They did everything right, and they shouldn't be blamed for it just because the media likes sensationalism.
Or someone like Sim Gill likes to get someone's head. And so,
Well, I think
Yep.
Sim Gill does that because it's popularity amongst his voting
Yep.
base.
right. And he
Yep.
gets really vicious in his election year. And then funny, after he's elected, he drops charges all of a sudden. It's quite amazing how he works. But as far as the AG's office, my goodness. So now you want to be an elected attorney general. What about your practice? What happens? Do you continue to defend our law enforcement agent? Like who's going to be there for them? Because an AG has to be representing the state and the civilian and the law enforcement. Like how does that work?
Absolutely. First of all, one of the reasons I'm running for AG is because of all the other constitutional suits I also do, which is, relevant to free speech, pro-life, defending parents in school against school districts, these kinds of things, wanting to kick the DOJ, Department of Justice, out of the Davis County School District. These things, I've done these kinds of things before, and I want to do it now. And so I'm really have a passion and desire to continue in a more concerted way, representing constitutional rights. But there's also, as an attorney general, a lot of leadership I can give the sheriffs because I already know some of the issues and problems, like with immigration, like with federal overreach. These are things I'm already plugged in to what's going on in these rural areas. And that's why I'm particularly ready to actually assume this role. And so, for instance, there was kind of a rogue attorney, county attorney that Mike Smith in Utah County had to deal with. Didn't believe in the death penalty, was letting criminals off. Right?
Oh, geez. We remember he ran for attorney general once.
He did. And I'll tell you this, that it was a real problem because the AG's office never stepped in. They should have, because the case that I was defending the county on at the time, he was one of the plaintiff's attorney, believe it or not. And he withdrew during the entire time he was in office.
That's not even legal.
No, it's not. It's unethical. And I actually, took it to trial and we won, but it was just crazy. But that was really only the tip of the iceberg. And so it was really, I know it's frustrating for Mike Smith, trying to say, well, this is what you can do, and this is what we can't do. And it'd be nice if the AG's office gave some leadership here, but they didn't. And so there's a lot of times where an AG can actually help out and say, wait a minute, we need to do something right here. We need to help this process. So I'm convinced, that there'll still be some good attorneys. I'm working with one right now, Blake Hamilton, who's helping me out in this trial that I'm in right now. He's been a lifesaver because he's an experienced attorney as well that defends law enforcement. And so I think there's some people that will be able to help in these areas. So I'm not abandoning them.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that this will help enable me to help law enforcement more, but also help the citizens more regarding constitutional cases.
So your involvement with rural area sheriffs, especially, you probably have heard the issues than federal lands have, like in a county like ours, county like Washington. Our federal lands are 80+% owned by the federal government. Our lands are. And this is something that I've asked every AG candidate because we really need to get some of that back. And I was told by a prior governor, Governor Herbert that we needed the president and we needed the House and the Senate to get our lands back.
Yeah.
And I know our current attorney general had put together a case to go before the Supreme Court and, ready to go. But it wasn't all on board with the state wasn't on board with going for it yet, saying we get one bite at the apple. And if we lose there, we could lose our fight. Is that something that a new AG could come in and change? Do they need the governor's approval on that?
Yes and no. There's a lot that can be done. And I will also tell you this, that attorneys, including the current one, did not have a lot of experience in litigating these kinds of issues before he came to office. So it's all speculation or somebody that tells him what you should do. But I'm an attorney that's been litigating for over 36 years. I've learned over the years to think outside the box. I'm not constrained by all these things that, oh, well, we can't do it. No, I don't take that. I don't take that as that I just need to give up and don't do anything. In fact, and again, what I kind of keep saying with every issue on the platform almost, and every issue that my competitors want to bring up, I'm already doing it, or I have done it. And so I'm already helping fight the feds today in a lawsuit against Eastern Utah regarding a railroad that is going to hopefully transport waxy crude that's being nickel and dimed by procedure over substance by the District of Columbia Court of Appeals, trying to empower the lower agency to look at every conceivable hypothetical environmental thing that might be relevant, even though it's not even part of that agency. The Service
Oh my gosh,
Board. Yeah, and so I'm already fighting these issues. I have a plan how I'm going to fight them more. But I'm going to tell you, it is lands, and we need one, cattle ranchers need to be able to use these lands with without what they're doing. They're trying to squeeze them off. Two, we need law enforcement to be able to enforce laws. They're trying to push law enforcement off.
Right.
And three, we need to be able to recreate on these lands. They're closing them off for that. And so what my point is take back step by step. And I want to start saying, no, some of these lands just should outright be Utah lands, not just
right.
We want more control of the feds owning our land. And I think I'm the only one that's ever talked about that thing. Mark my words, another candidate is going to pick it up. But I'm talking about, no, these should be Utah lands. When we became a state and when other states became a state, a lot of times this federal government transferred over those federal ownerships, but they didn't do that in Utah. And some people like to say, well, that was the agreement, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't like to take that for a reason not to try that. I think it's a reason to look at, when we became a state, and those lands were never transferred.
Yeah, because we're a sovereign state.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that fall under the Enclave Act? I mean, that's just a blatant breach.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of ways. I'm also going to look at. I'm going to also have a design with the legislature to say, look, sometimes we need to pass some laws to push the feds out, so that they're actually creating a good argument again for appeal to make the feds have to sue us after some things that we are doing. And one of them and one of them would be that that a sheriff is in charge of law enforcement in every square inch of his county, and he's responsible for that. And that means if he has to go on federal land to investigate, he needs to be able to do that. And so, do I want to work with the Congress and president? Absolutely. But they didn't get it done when we've had them. Because I ran on this issue back in 2000. Mark Shurtleff finally agreed to file a suit only because I made it an election issue back then. But it didn't really accomplish that much. The fight is getting worse. We're losing. It's not like it's even static. And so if you talk to ranchers down there, they're getting pushed off. Law enforcement's getting pushed off. So it's time to actually push back with a full court press, not just wait around for the right lawsuit, not just wait around for a governor.
What about when a sheriff expects the ATF or the FBI who's coming into their county to either make an arrest or do a 6 a.m. no-knock warrant? What about that type of federal agency having to report to a sheriff before walking in? Because in Utah County, that gentleman could be alive today had they gone to the sheriff.
Yeah, they need to do that. And that's one of the things that I'm going to push for is saying, look, you have to, any law enforcement that comes in, the state usually does that because they usually know they have to. Another
Yeah.
county does that when they go into another county, to execute a warrant or, arrest somebody. And so it should be the same kind of an arrangement where the sheriff has to know what those kinds of things that are going on in his jurisdiction.
Fred Swain asks, what can you do about federal overreach? And that's kind of a broad question, but I think he's talking about the immigration issue. He's talking about the education issue, all the ABC agencies that are
Yes.
that are encroached in our government. And what's sad is, we need someone to fight.
Yep.
We don't need to play along to get along anymore. I think we're in a place. Earlier in the show, we talked about people are sick and tired of the norm.
Yep.
We're done. We're done with the federal government abusing us. We're done with them taking our money. But as we just talked with Tina Cannon, it's the state's taking our money too.
Yes.
And
yes.
we have to get a way to fight for the people. And isn't that who you represent?
Yes.
Or do you represent the government as well?
No, I represent the people. When you act like you represent the government, it actually sounds like Hegel, who said the state is the actualization of the ethical idea, which is from where Nazism was drawn from a lot of things that Hegel had said. And
let me just bring up a quick point on Twitter of a conversation I had with Mikkel, who told on his Twitter feed the governor should appoint the AG and the governor should appoint the school board, where I then said, well, that's exactly the recipe for a tyrannical government.
Yep.
And he argued with me, well, the AG represents the state and represents the government. And I said, no, he represents the people. He represents the businesses. He represents, basically you're the attorney general of the state. And then he quickly removed his Twitter feed.
Yeah, it's just a terrible grasp of power, because it wasn't just the AG, it was also the auditor, which is a very important check that you just had earlier, treasurer, and also the state school board. You don't want to consolidate power. The framers of our Constitution, they drew from people like Locke and Hobbes and these people who said, look, this is a social contract to limit government from being oppressive to the citizens.
And checks and balances on government.
Yes, and they basically came from the approach that it's a necessary evil to have this social contract, but let's keep it in its boundaries. Let's not let it spread all these tentacles and take control. And it has unfortunately done that. Federal overreach is an example sometimes of the state not doing what it needs to do, and then the feds just come in like it's a vacuum. That's part of the problem that I want to lead us out of. Secondly, it's just overreaching in general, like they do on the lands. But thirdly, it's not just the lands. It's like the Department of Justice that's being asked in by somebody. I don't know if it was AG's office or who, but it seems like they were been invited in to take control of the Davis County School District. Now,
yeah, that's a big one I've heard about.
What is it?
The Department of Justice has taken over the Davis County School District. They had a bullying issue, if I remember, and for some reason someone invited them in and they've taken it over. They're running it.
How's that legal?
It's legal if you either one, let them in, or two, you don't do anything about it once they come in. Here's another place that you need to know about is they're trying to come into our State Department of Corrections too, Department of Justice. They've come up with a ruling regarding transgender surgeries and them being required, something we have to do. Now that's contrary to existing 10th Circuit Court of Appeals precedent from where our state is in the 10th Circuit. And I've actually cited that case before in the past, for various reasons, but years ago, but it's still good case law. And so there's a real problem when the Department of Justice is trying to say what we need to do to our prisons and jails.
Our Department of Justice nationally has been doing great lately. I can't imagine anyone would question that. But isn't the DOJ trying to come in because a couple weeks ago an inmate cut his own
testicles
off. His own wedding tackle off.
Yep.
And so now they're going to drop knee for someone who's got a mental problem.
Yeah.
They're going to drop knee and upset the whole system
Yep.
because
But
of
then-
less than 0.01%
But I
of
want to see
everything.
this to the end, like you always say. Let's say that they do get the surgery paid for by the state of Utah taxpayer, and then what? We put them in the female prison with women where they can be abused and violated and impregnated, depending on whatever they don't have.
I know
removed.
if I was going to get beat up in the yard, I'd much rather be
What
beat up by a
guy-
whole bunch of girls.
Yeah, what guy wouldn't claim to be a woman? And that turns us into California.
Yes.
And that's nuts. That's nuts.
Mhm.
California, you get to choose by a law that was passed there. And any male would want to choose to be in a female prison. Why? Because men and women are actually different. I'm going to go online saying men and women are not the same. If anyone
I'll take it.
disagrees
You
with
really went out
they-
on a limb there.
yeah, if anyone
take folks.
disagrees that men and women are the same, go to your state prison and
Wasn't
view how many violent felons there are that are male versus violent felons that are female. It's just way out of proportion.
Well, and how many
Wasn't
sexual
the-
assaults?
And sexual assaults.
Actual perpetrators are
Yep.
in female prisons versus male. That's just putting the predator in with the prey.
Well, down at the
Exactly.
point of the mountain, the female prison was this little standalone
Yes.
box house for forever.
Minimum
Well, the male
security.
prison was huge, and the female
Yes.
prison looked like it might have held lawnmowers. It was so
Yeah.
small.
Yeah.
But wasn't it New Jersey? It was last year. One female inmate impregnated 3 other female inmates in a New Jersey prison.
Wow.
I thought that was in
Yeah.
California.
You know,
No, it was in New Jersey.
part of our problem with this issue is really checking out our sanity. You know, it's becoming ludicrous, and this kind of dovetails into another one of my big issues. I want to protect women's bathrooms, especially girls'
Thank you.
bathrooms, schools and sports, with 0 exceptions. I don't care if they're on T blockers. Really, I mean, it's still a guy. You know, and how many women, girls, especially under 18, are clamoring to get into the men's locker room?
That's
Almost
something
nobody.
I want to bring up. When we were having an issue, one of our guests was on talking about how Salt Lake County said it was okay for somebody who identifies or looks the way they look to go into the restroom of their choice. And I was saying, okay, I want to protect girls, and I'll see this one all the way through. I want to protect that trans boy that's walking into a man's locker room. That young lady is just as much in danger as the other way around. When we stop admitting that men and women are different and that tendency and threat is still there, when these little girls, dads going into a restroom and there's a man in there, that man is in danger. With most of the fathers I know in Utah, that man's in danger.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing is it's 1,000 to 1 or more that the biological woman that goes into men's, she's in danger from the other men in there, and 1,000 to 1 at least or more, the biological boy that goes into a girl's restroom is endangering the girls. And it's also, I really believe that it's also a religious issue and a privacy issue, and no one's talking about the religious and privacy issues of those girls. They should not.
No one's talking about the girls, period.
Yeah. And
it's always a trans bill. It's never a pro-woman bill or a girl-safe bill. It's always about pro-trans, which is 0.5%, if even that, of the population. And we are dropping and putting everything to a halt to protect this small group when the majority of young ladies out there aren't getting protection that they deserve.
Yep, absolutely. And you know, the thing that troubles me is that there is some exceptions in the bills that we have. I think they were not given guidance by the AG's office. Most of the time, the AGs, and I'm including the last several, because I worked for 3 of them, starting with Wilkinson, Van Dam, Jan Graham. Then there was Mark Shurtleff. I didn't work for him. And then there was Sean Swallow. I didn't work for him. And Shannon Reyes. I didn't work for him. But none of those guys are at the legislature saying, hey, this is what we need to do. But guess what? I am actually do go to the legislature free of charge. I don't charge Facebook because they're not my client. I've gone there as a private citizen, and often it's because Gail Rizzico or Eagle Forum or something says, hey, Frank, this is an important constitutional bill. Can you come down and help out on it? And I try to rearrange my schedule literally and come down to help fight for or against bills. And this is something the AG's office, the Attorney General, should care about these enough to do research, understand where the law is, and weigh in on it. And that's just being, none of the other candidates are even talking about that, again, because they don't have the experience that I do of actually going down to the AG's office. I mean, down to the legislature.
You have it's the media who is the fourth branch of government right now. Yes. And right now we have got, if we switch gears a little bit, along with these social, you've got the social, well, they used to be called disorders. And that's actually, 5 years ago that it was body dysmorphic disorder.
Yep.
And now all of us have to not only accept it, but we got to play along, and at the danger of potentially young girls. But
it's more than play along. They want us to honor it,
celebrate
and worship it.
Yes.
And my question is, like, right now, the look of Utah is that we are a sanctuary state. Yeah. Or at least Salt Lake City is a sanctuary city, even though the governor came out and said we are not. However, the fact that we have got a lot of migrants moving in here, a lot. And I don't know what the governor knows and what he doesn't know, but I do know the governor from New York sent him on a plane to Salt Lake City Airport, and they are coming in, and our homeless population is rising, and that comes, the violence is rising. Salt Lake City is not the city it used to be even 15 years ago, because I work downtown.
Yeah.
Crime is happening. Our police officers are in more danger. Our police officers' hands are tied. Their hands are tied at the jails. And we're doing this all under the guise of this insanity. Instead of we're paying money to protect other countries' borders.
Yes.
We're not even protecting our own. How can you, as an AG, because I know the AG, Ken Paxton, he's highly engaged in Texas, but that's a border state.
Yeah.
What can you do as an AG in Utah to demand that we are sovereign and we protect our borders, that ICE has to come in and take these people, or they're going to stay in our jails, and the state government isn't going to get in your way because you do work to protect us, the citizen.
Yes. Yeah. And this is, I think, another huge distinction. Since I'm in the trenches on these these issues, I've actually worked with the Immigration Law Institute and people like this in the past, again, free of charge. But I actually have a plan to get rid of this. And I will take it to the legislature as soon as I get the Republican nomination. If I get 60% at the convention, I am the Republican candidate, but I know that one person's going to pay for signatures. I'm not. I'm a convention-only candidate. But if once I get that nomination, either through a primary or getting the 60% at the convention, because even if I get 60% at the convention, listeners need to understand, I still face a primary if someone buys the votes. And so if they buy the signatures, I'm stuck with a primary anyway. And so, but once I get past that, like June 26th, I'm going to ask to meet with the legislature, and I've got the plan I'm going to unfold. And it's going to include the de facto sanctuary state that we have, because the feds did try to denominate us, ICE, as a sanctuary state. They did for a short period of time. They withdrew it, but we are de facto. Why? Because we're not stopping it. And so they're dumping people here willy-nilly. I'll go to the legislature and say, look, let's make this a felony to aid or abet or transport or conspire to bring anyone or to pay for anyone coming into the state of Utah that's an illegal alien, and make it a felony. Do you know how many pilots are going to fly here? How many services are going to go on?
I'm worried, Frank, that one of the reasons, though, that I've heard in the past, and it's been a few years, but that the Mormon Church was helping bring a lot in, and they were sponsoring and watching over. Would that collide at all? Because churches, not just Mormons, but Catholics, I mean, they're bringing them in.
Yeah, the Catholic.
This is what I want people to understand. And there may be, it's not the first time where goodness is misguided. And what I want to just show them is this has been an issue since I was in my first year of college back in 1980. It was the national debate topic for all colleges all across the country was the border crisis. Can you believe it? But I'm going to tell you something.
That's crazy.
I still remember those statistics in my head about these kinds of people that were crossing, and because they were the pros and cons argument, right? A lot of the people that were crossing were going back or sending money back to their families. It's a radically different situation now. It's not economic, it's terrorists. It's people from China. It's people from the Middle East and Africa, and a large part aren't even from Mexico. But when they go through Mexico, they get extorted and sometimes tortured, sometimes killed, abused. It is this is the greatest evil in terms
it's
of border
an invasion.
that we've ever
This is
seen.
an invasion.
And so Biden is basically saying, let's kill this country by what he's doing, because he is even like 10 times worse than Obama. I'm serious. He's 10 times worse than Obama.
He's Obama 2.0.
Well, he's 10 times worse. Obama technically deported a lot of people.
He did.
Obama's rhetoric also made him have to deport a lot of people, but it made him sound good.
So Frank, do you back Donald Trump then?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think the thing is here is that, and I want to stretch out to everyone, because I know that there are some people might be listening that might not be favorable to Trump. I just want to let them know this. One, I'm an attorney. I'm a career attorney, 36 years. And I also work with Alliance Defending Freedom. They have said, and this is a non-political statement, they have said that Trump in his appointees, not just the U.S. Supreme Court, but in the circuit courts of appeal, that Trump changed the face of the Ninth Circuit, the most reversed in the country, to the point where you can actually potentially win a religious freedom case now in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. You couldn't do that before Trump. And so, you know,
not only that though, Frank, that all those appointments where he filled all those judges, where he did all of that, like in the first couple years, that made it so Roe v. Wade could be changed. That made it so police officers actually could get a fair trial in some places or an appeal, not in everywhere. But it literally gave us hope. And even though we went like down so terribly, those appointments still are there in effect today, and they still can be there to help us.
Yes. Yeah.
And I hope that Trump, when he gets in, I hope we have a number 50 AGs that are ready to implement policy that's ready to go day one. Because here's the deal. This is the first time in history that the border has been a top issue for Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's just happened over the last few months.
And the thing that does concern me, honestly, is I think that it's easy for attorney general candidates to jump on board with what people care about that they listen to. And this is why I keep harping on this so much, that actions speak louder than words. If these issues were really all that important to the other candidates, why haven't they done anything about them? You know, I mean, there's a lot you can do. Like I said, I work with the Immigration Law Institute. I've worked with the Alliance Defending Freedom, that actually is one of the biggest organizations in the country that defends our liberties, constitutional rights. I've also, even apart from them, I've done that kind of a thing on my own. And so, you know, that if the reason I say my motto of my campaign is trusted experience, because yes, I have a lot more experience than anyone else. One candidate has significantly more than the other two, because the other two have slim to none in terms of legal experience. But what I will say is this, is that it's trusted experience because I've already been fighting these issues. So why can you trust Frank to be pro-life? Well, I can name off a whole bunch of things that I've done for pro-life in terms of defending, you know, sidewalk counselors in front of an abortion clinic from criminal prosecutions. So I actually have criminal defense experience, you know, helping out Pro-Life Utah, helping out pregnancy resource centers all the time, you know, and meeting with a woman who's about to give an abortion from Pro-Life Utah, meeting with her, and she changes her mind after I'm able to meet with them. You know, so there, I mean, it's, and finally, I filed a brief in support of our pro-life law last year, before it was argued before the Supreme Court last September. And so I like to say, you know what I'm going to do. And if you have any question, go to adflegal.org. Tell people to go Alliance Defending Freedom. adflegal.org, and just look at that organization. I'm an honor guard attorney with them because I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours vindicating people's constitutional rights without charging them a dime. And I think that's where you really show your true colors. Are you interested in money or power? A lobbies group, backing you? Is the Governor Cox backing you? These kinds of things, or do you really care about these issues because you care enough about them that you're not going to, charge somebody to help vindicate these rights?
So that doesn't, what kind of lawyer spends all that money to get his degree only to do all this charitable work? What are you, crazy? Are you crazy, Frank?
Well, people ask me that, but I will tell you this, that one, I actually am not all about money. I do read my Bible daily, and it's a lot it says about the love of money. You can actually read that a lot.
That is true.
And there's a lot saying about giving to God, and things like this, and that God gives us what we need. And, some of the work that I have, like defending sheriffs, that pays enough for me to help my 5 kids, get through college. And I don't need to be a millionaire. I could make a lot more money if I didn't defend sheriffs, if I was just in private practice, and if I didn't take all these free cases. But one thing I can say is when I actually I know I'm going to get paid by the sheriffs, which is nice. It's a nice relief, but it also helps fund me being able to help other people. And there's actually a myriad of ways I help people. I often help abused women get protective orders for free. And I will say this, and I've been doing this for decades. Every time I help, every woman I've helped get a protective order has always got it granted. So yeah, someone will say, well, some of these are frivolous, right? Well, not the ones I have. They're not frivolous. They get granted because it's actually a big thing. And our courts are not doing very well at helping abused women and children. I have to say, it's just, and yes, someone might be listening. Well, sometimes isn't the woman abusive? Yeah, it's about 1,000 to 1 again, though. I've actually represented some men that were actually abused, but it's way in disparity, and it's something that the courts really don't handle very well. They have jaded attitudes, and it's really a difficult thing. And so I've helped a lot of women in those situations, either free of charge or very low cost, because why? They can't afford it.
Frank, can you tell me why prosecutors right now are choosing not to prosecute criminals? Like, what is happening in these blue cities and states where they're letting criminals out only to hurt their citizenry? I don't understand it.
Yeah, if you're looking at like New York, Chicago, and San Francisco, and Seattle.
I'm looking at Salt Lake City.
And now we can also include Salt Lake more and more into that. They're derogating their duties. They're believing the lie. It's a incredible lie that somehow prosecuting crime is racist. Well, you know what? I don't think that those people that say that really care at all about racism, because I would throw it back in their own lap. I'd say, prosecutor, have you ever Have you ever taken a case to vindicate racial discrimination? I actually have. Yes, it does happen. I've vindicated people's rights in racial discrimination. These attorneys that sit in their ivory tower and these mayors, because they're almost always liberal mayors in these big cities, including Salt Lake, they don't really care about racism. They don't care about any of these things. All this politics is what
it's virtue signaling, and yet it doesn't matter your race. When you let these violent criminals out, they hurt people of their own race and other races. So if it's about race, protect the neighborhoods these people are being released in, and that's horrendous. So we have a few comments. Do we have you until 6?
Well, you know what? I think I have to leave before then. But I think we have at least another half hour.
Okay, perfect.
I didn't know if we needed to rush you. Jared's been showing your website, and then also that one you were just showing, the Alliance.
The AFL.org.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that's that one, that Alliance, ADF.org.
Alliance Defending Freedom. Yes.
Yep. It's ADFlegal.org. And again, there's a hot link right to it in the show notes. They've got a lot of stuff here. It says 15 Supreme Court victories. That's not a small number.
No, it's hard.
80%. Yeah. 80% win rate, 30 plus years defending rights, and over 4,500 network attorneys.
Yeah. And that's
So is this for somebody who might have had their free speech violated or their parental rights and they need help? Is this a place that they go to, or what is this?
It is. It absolutely is. And I'm basically the boots on the ground person in Utah to handle these things. Sometimes it's a letter to a college or a high school. Just recently, it was to a high school discriminating against a conservative religious club, and things like that. And because these principals believe the lies, and so, or sometimes they believe it themselves because that's who they are, and they think, oh no, we can't have anything religious, or no, we can't have anything conservative. It might offend somebody. No, that's just garbage. And sometimes it's a letter that we have to send like that to get them to reverse their policies on these. So, but it's for everything. There's parental rights, there's religious freedom, you name it. They're fighting for girls and women's sports on the lower levels as well as collegiate level. I was going to file a suit with them against the university in Utah before COVID hit, and COVID hit and knocked out all the sports. And then Utah did pass the law, and so then they went, with some other litigation that they had.
So is that, with stuff like that, you got something for dad rights too? Because I know men in Utah have struggled a lot with getting some custodial rights of their kids. And it's been really weird. With some states, it's pretty 50-50, but it's a little extra hard. I know a few people, great dads, that have had to fight tooth and nail, and I don't even know where to send them.
So this is another thing. I used to handle a decent percentage of custody cases, and yes, I also did represent men sometimes. But I'm always picky. I'm very picky with the issue of divorce. I'm very picky with DCFS cases, parental rights cases. I don't want to represent the abuser. I always want to represent the good woman or the good man. In these, and I've gotten custody for men. In cases of their, once they're 3 children, and I've defeated protective orders that were bogus. So again, some of them are bogus.
That's a whole nother issue. DCFS as a whole, we've had this come up a few times where, like the DOJ, they're overstepping and they're actually profiting from overstepping, and they're stealing your children from you, or hospitals are stealing your children from you. Because they don't agree with the way you're treating them. I want to get some comments here before we get too far ahead. Sure. So what is your opinion on the Republican Party in Utah? And do you think the Republican Party actually stands for the principles it claims to? That's from O'Malley May.
Well, so that's a very broad question. I will say this, that back in the 1990s, I was the chair of the Young Republicans, and I was just as conservative then as I am now. Maybe I'm getting more conservative, I don't know, but I think I was actually just as conservative. And I was part of the group that was part of the Constitutional Bylaws Committee. I was the chair of it, that actually got through the requirement that you have to read the platform and you have to sign the platform if you're a candidate. That didn't exist before I was pushed that through back in the 90s. And so
that just makes sense.
Yeah. And so that was a step to try to deal, I think, with what that questioner was talking about. This is a constant battle. And I will say that we have to be more vigilant than ever. I understand why people sometimes say, I'm abandoning the Republican Party. I'm not going to do that. I might be one of the last persons standing before I have to abandon ship, but I'm going to keep fighting, to keep us conservative, keep us caring about the constitutional values, because honestly, our state and our country depend on it. We're in a teetering position right now. I feel like there's a lot of states. I feel so sorry for people in Eastern California, Washington, and Oregon.
But they voted for these policies.
No, they didn't. Not in the East. Not in the eastern parts of those states.
The East and the North, they're victims.
And they're controlled. They're controlled by, like, California. Often a lot of Eastern California, Eastern Washington, Eastern Oregon. I used to live in Eastern Washington, so I know for a fact they're very, very conservative. Right? Seattle blows them all away. They can never get around the fact that Seattle's population center blows away the entire state of Washington.
Yeah, and Portland in Oregon.
Mm-hmm. In Portland,
and
Oregon.
I've seen them trying to secede into Idaho, which was very interesting. she also asked, did you take any cases during COVID against the vaccine mandates? And I'm curious about this because I know of some law enforcement officers that were voluntold they had to get that vaccine. And I'm wondering about a lot of companies that required mandates. The government didn't have to do one mandate. They let the companies all do it to the people and the citizens. And we're seeing, rapid cancers, and we're seeing, these different illnesses. Have you yet had any cases involving the COVID mandates?
Yeah. And like I said, almost any issue you want to bring up, I've probably already handled it. And this is why I'm running for Attorney General. But where was our Attorney General during COVID? Alito from the U.S. Supreme Court toured the country and said it's the biggest retraction of our civil liberties that he's seen in his entire lifetime. And yet, where was our Attorney General? He was mum. You didn't hear anything out of him. And there's nothing out of the other candidates. They didn't do it. They didn't lift a finger to fight this. But guess what? People called me. Churches called me. Christian schools, religious schools called me and said, Frank, can we meet? And I said, yes, you can. One, First Amendment, religious expression and religious freedom. And two, you're not a place of public accommodation. You're a public, you're private, and you do not have to worry about this law. And then secondly, the Alliance Defending Freedom called me up and said, Frank, can you help us because people want religious exemptions and we need more help. And so I help people all over the country get religious exemptions to the vaccine because they were in these healthcare companies. And let me tell you this, everyone in these healthcare companies, so some of them are Fortune 500 companies that have a number of employees that never see a patient. And one of them actually worked at home, and he telecommuted, and they still said, nope, sorry, Biden's mandate, you have to get this. And then they had like ACLU attorneys that I literally had to fight against and say, nope, you're not answering this. You're not answering this. I don't care. You don't give them your pastor's name. You don't give them your church's address. You don't have to give them any of that nonsense. And by God's grace, everyone I helped get an exemption got it, including my daughter, who's a nurse at Primary Children's Hospital.
Outstanding. What's your thoughts on the ACLU? It seems like the ACLU actually stood for civil liberties up until 2016, and they've lost it.
2016? I think we lost them well before then.
We lost them about 40 years ago, I think.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, the ACLU fought to, not that I support the Nazi party of the U.S. marching through Indiana, but they fought to let him do it in the 80s.
Well, here's an issue that is relevant today because Mike Lee brought it up about FISA. The ability for the federal government, FBI, to listen in on our text, emails, and phone calls. Again, unlike my candidates that I'm running against, I fought this issue back then, and I'll tell you this: the ACLU was sitting next to me in a Senate hearing that was the Judiciary Committee, and it was chaired by Senator Hatch. This went right after 9/11. Remember when we wanted to pass all these laws to fight terrorism? And I again cited Benjamin Franklin that if you give up our essential liberty for safety and security, you will get neither. And I also pointed out that this isn't. We don't want an overreaction against citizens. This should be against terrorists. This should be against, not.
And terrorism is an idea. It's not necessarily a person. It's an idea. Yeah. So how do you protect yourself from an idea? You've got to profile people. You've got to see people in their homes, land, and see what they're doing over there.
Yep.
With this, though, I mean, with the COVID stuff, I'm surprised there's not been more personal lawsuits or, criminal charges against like Fauci and this man-made virus that was paid for by the United States government.
The people are too busy fighting for their lives in a hospital.
Okay, they want to know if Governor Cox is endorsing you, which I don't think that's
he's endorsing Brown, isn't he?
He endorsed Brown before anyone had announced they were running, which is irresponsible because I'll tell you that Governor Cox has more legal experience than Derek Brown. It's absurd. He hasn't really practiced much in Utah. Very, 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 very little. He claims he practiced with Mike Lee. he was a new attorney. In Washington, D.C., he was in the same law firm as Mike Lee. Mike Lee has way more litigation experience than Derek Brown. Yet he was basically the deputy personnel director for Mike Lee. He worked for also Bennett, so I don't know why he doesn't mention, oh, actually, I worked for Senator Bennett and I worked for Senator Hatch. Then I ran for the legislature. Then I was a lobbyist. Then I worked for Lee. Then I was a state party chair. Then I was a lobbyist, and so honestly, it's a little insulting to me that two of the candidates, one's not even licensed in Utah, would actually say, I'm running for attorney general, as if legal experience means nothing to them.
Can I just ask you, give us some ideas of who is endorsing you?
Okay, yeah, there's a lot. And I'll tell you this, since I'm unfortunately practicing law full time, I don't have much time to do anything.
Right.
I have raised enough funds, and I could raise a lot more if I had the time. But I've actually done reasonably well. I have enough for the convention, and more than enough for the convention. But I've got Mitch Velos, who's a seminal gun rights guru in Utah. I wrote the book, Utah Gun Laws.
All right. So you win. You're done. You don't have to continue. You're good.
Well, I got a lot more.
I mean, not that I'm a gun
You're
supporter,
gonna love
but
this. He's got more.
So I've also got Mike Ferris, who is one of the top constitutional litigators in the country. He started Homeschool Legal Defense Association back in 1983 when it wasn't legal to homeschool in most states, including Utah, basically. And he then went to the Alliance Defending Freedom as the president and CEO of that organization. He helped author some of the Texas AG's opinions. And he has endorsed my campaign, but there's also a number of people, like there's American Moms, there's a number of sheriffs.
Which sheriffs? My sheriff?
It's actually, I'm getting
County?
letters from them. So I'm Tooele County. Actually, Paul Wimmer's been fantastic.
Paul Wimmer highly appreciates, and he has said this publicly, and so I don't think I'm breaking any rules for you, but our own sheriff has actually said that you have helped so many different in so many different ways with the Sheriff Association, and that you're well trusted and really a good guy. And I think Paul's endorsement goes a long way with the people.
It goes forever with me.
Good.
Paul is outstanding.
Paul is one
being.
of those sheriffs that is constitutional based, and
Yes.
during the lockdowns and all of that, I just remember him standing up to our board of health and to our county commission and saying, my deputies will not be arresting or separating or dealing with masks or everything. This event is outside. We're not showing up to this. If there's a problem, call us, but it better not be anyone starting the problem, because these people aren't wearing masks, for crying out loud.
And I'm telling you that people like Sheriff Paul Wimmer, that's just such a breath of fresh air. They don't realize you don't have that in Salt Lake County.
Right.
I know a friend that works with youth, and they had an event in their parking lot trying to put, it's in Salt Lake City. They're trying to deal with some of these ridiculous requirements. The police broke them up and said, you can't be here. That's the police, because the police work for the mayor. So, and this is true in all cities all over the country. But when you have, it was a refreshing time when my sons and I we do a yearly motorcycle ride, and as we cruise through rural Utah, it was awesome to see. Wow, nobody's doing this mask thing, and they're saying, hey, we're green. We don't have any incidents. We have hardly any or something like that. And the sheriffs were really on board with this. Some of them, and I can't remember the ones that did this, some of them caught the state officials double or triple counting people as being different people with COVID, only because they would retest. So if they retest 3 or 4 times, they go, oh, there's 4 new right there.
And there's more money from the federal government into our coffers.
Yep.
That's ridiculous. So do you want to talk about Governor Cox? One of our viewers, O'Malley, is asking what your opinion is of Governor Cox. I mean, you are running for an office, and he very well. You do you. I don't want to tell you, but I'm sure that you have some opinions.
It's a hard thing to unseat a governor or a senator. It's extremely difficult. You have to be atrocious usually. And so I probably would have to work with him, which is even more important. Why I think this election, it makes it even more important. Why? Because we need an independent voice. We don't need someone that's lock stock, with the governor on every issue, especially when he doesn't have legal experience. So he doesn't have the ability to stand back and say, wait a minute, this is what the law requires. And so the thing that did very much upset me with Governor Cox a couple of years ago when he vetoed the women's sports bill, I just thought that was out of line. You don't, this is an important bill. We should not be playing political correctness in Utah. We are supposedly a conservative state, but honestly, my daughter went to school in Florida, and I feel like Florida is way more conservative than Utah in practice. We actually have people that are very conservative, more conservative than Florida, but somehow they lose their minds or something when they get elected, and they steer toward these weird middle ruts that are pushing you liberal.
It's weird. It feels like Cox did that. He got steered towards the ultra center ground. And I think DeSantis, because he ran against a crackhead weirdo and then got the endorsement of Trump and then had ideas on the presidency, he steered himself further right than I think he naturally is.
Well, I will say this, that I wouldn't want to take away anything from DeSantis in his own right,
Oh, I'm not.
Because I think he was rock solid conservative in Florida. And I think that it's just not his time to run. And he wisely said, okay, I'm going out and I'm endorsing Trump. And I think that was the wise thing to do.
Definitely. I'm just looking at he's
talking about when DeSantis first was
his
running
short
for governor.
His short
Florida.
record in Congress. He was a junior congressman, so he didn't make the headlines a lot, but he wasn't a hardcore conservative pusher there.
Yeah, that could be.
But I think because of his election and he saw this is what works.
Yeah, the policy.
It drove him further right, which I think is a good thing. And I give him kudos for recognizing that.
Yeah, well, and I think when we saw him speak at the state convention, and this is 2 years ago? Was it 2 years ago? Yeah. Yeah, because Carson, so when Carson Jorgensen brought him in and DeSantis was brought in, and I just remember and having met Kristi Noem and heard her speak, and she was on a stage with Mike Lee talking about how every single week during the COVID start of that to stop the spread, she's on a whole bunch of Zoom calls with all these governors in all these states, and they're talking about how they're going to shut down. And she's like, I'm sitting here with my entire staff and all these attorneys, and I'm trying to tell them, show me in the Constitution where I have the right to shut any business down, to shut schools down. And she said, week after week after week, it became less and less governors on the call. They'd shut down. And to the point where she was the only one that didn't shut down. And then when we listened to DeSantis give his speech, I thought immediately it dawned on me, if we had 50 governors like him, the federal government would be done.
Yeah,
it would be done.
Honestly, one of the things that I think is important that I think it's important that he stay as governor right now because the way he's changed Florida is unbelievable, and the way he let out and saying parents are in charge of whether their kids wear masks in school, and fighting the feds on those trying to overregulate it, trying to take lunch money away from kids. He stood firm on those, and unfortunately, like I said, here you had these extremes. You had California, New York, and then you had Florida. No different instances in Florida, and yet they kept the businesses open.
Yep.
Everyone went bankrupt in New York and California. And honestly, I feel like we, as Utah, we were too leaning. We weren't exactly in the middle, but we were leaning, I think, too much toward repression when we started. It started loosening finally, but we overreacted. I think
our governor definitely did, and I think that's because our governor. What we need to do is we need to take the capital and move it out of Salt Lake City. We need to put it. I honestly think we need to move it like into Provo. Yeah, where you can get a mix, because I think that's what corrected the governor. Because remember, he was trying to put out whether you're a consequential worker or whatever.
Essential.
Oh,
Essential
yeah.
worker.
And you're talking about
He was-
Governor Herbert?
No, it was
Yeah.
Cox.
Cox wasn't
Cox-
governor
Yes.
then.
Yes,
It was
he was.
Herbert, I think. I think it was Herbert.
It was Herbert?
Cox
During
was running the task
Okay,
force.
yeah. And yeah, Herbert tried putting that out.
He did.
And when it got out to us rural people,
He said,
because I would have been listed as one, the rural screamed. They said, "What is this BS?"
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
said no, and that's what shut him down. So
Well, then
I
he made
think
it
it's
up to
because
counties to decide for
I
themselves.
think it's because the governor is situated there, and he's just got a sea of blue morons in every direction around him. So
And
that's all he
press
knows.
Press people.
That's-
You know, the press is so
Yeah.
liberal, and people listen to the press and they think that's where everyone is. So when they're holding up their finger to see where the wind's blowing, it's the
Mhm.
press that's blowing it. And
Shout out to Brian Schott. Good to see
Yeah.
you. He mentions us once in a while. He's the one who gave us our name.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's a gem,
Yeah.
a gem amongst other slightly better
Well, you know,
gems.
the thing that I noticed though is for us, we believe local control is the most
Yeah.
important, and it has the most control over our lives. And
Yeah.
I'm looking at your resume. I'm really impressed.
Thanks.
I'm impressed that you do this because you love people, obviously. Because I don't know very many attorneys that do so much for free and for cause. You know, I know that religious liberty is highly important. And what people forget is that the Constitution says nothing about a separation between church and state.
Right.
And yet we've allowed them to eliminate God and the
Yep.
Bible and everything from schools, and you can't pray in school and all
Yep.
over a letter written regarding the question. It's not
Yeah.
in the Constitution, and people don't understand that, but we haven't fought back. And
Yep.
now you see these pro-life people trying to give counsel to women outside at a clinic, and they're getting arrested
Right.
and they're serving time. Like they're looking at 10 years in some states.
Well, I actually was able to vindicate mine. And so we got off, you know, but it was a completely bogus prosecution from beginning to end by a liberal mayor and liberal police.
Is that in Utah though?
Yeah, I defended pro-life sidewalk counselors in Salt Lake City who are being criminally prosecuted for exercising their First Amendment rights. And so I actually have had that case, and by God's grace, it went to trial and we won.
Great. And so my question is, how many states are you able to practice in? And if you practice, if you're the AG of Utah, are you able to practice in DC in front of the Supreme Court, or does that require something different?
Yeah, only one other candidate is actually licensed to practice before the U.S. Supreme Court, but I think I'm the only candidate that's ever filed as counsel of record. That means that you are the attorney that's in charge of the brief, writing the brief and submitting the brief. And so that's a big difference. Is if you have 4 or 5 or 6 attorneys on it and your name's on it too, I don't know what that means. But I will say that I file a lot of briefs. I filed a brief in favor of the Hobby Lobby case in front of Defense of Marriage, defending counselors in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals against laws that prevented religious counselors from counseling minors about sexual confusion. And so these things, I kind of just do them, honestly, a lot of these. I mean, if you Google me, I tell Google all the candidates. Just see what you find. Now, if you Google, find an attorney, Google Westlaw and Lexis. Find an attorney and say, hey, will you Google these 4 candidates and tell me what comes up? Print out what comes up. You'll see a huge stack of my cases. You'll see a little bit of Rachel Sarah's because she's actually done some significant work. And I give that to her. She worked about 6.5 years in the AG's office. I worked 12 years in the AG's office. You'll find 0 to none of the other 2. It's ridiculous. And it's like, okay, they're going to be an attorney general. And you know, that's where I'm really going to encourage listeners. Do not just listen to rhetoric. These candidates are attorneys. They're smart. They speak well, and they're going to tell you what you want to hear. That's why I say actions speak louder than words. Look at the actions of what they've actually done without getting paid.
I'm telling you right now that people are so pissed off with what's happening in our government that I think that I hope people will see through it if it is disingenuous. And there is a big difference. I know there's so many jokes about politicians, so many jokes about attorneys. You just write your own jokes at this point.
Yep.
But some of you are politicians and some of you are attorneys in this race. And so I think I recognize that right away with Rachel and with you. I know that I think Rachel's first thing she said to us on the show was, I'm not looking to be famous. I'm not looking to get all this praise and stuff. I want to get to work.
Yeah.
I respect that a lot. I respect someone working and living their life by their principles, living the principles. And there's extraordinary candidates in this race, and I have to stay neutral, of course, but I've really enjoyed getting to know each of you because you become Utah's top cop. And having a law enforcement family and knowing the value of having at least somebody to stand for you when the media is all over you and now society is all over you and they're having riots in the streets over something you had nothing to do with. And people I know and love are getting physically injured by these rioters of the Summer of Love of 2020. And then Sim Gill's letting them out the same, revolving door all in. I don't think people realize when law enforcement doesn't have protection from the state. I get it. There's bad cops, there's bad nurses, there's bad priests. Everybody has something bad. But when your law enforcement doesn't have the backing of their state, it's a terrifying place to live because law enforcement won't show up for you if no one's showing up for them. And that's just go to Baltimore.
Yes. And what I want the listeners to really take a note of is that all of the attorney candidates are going to say that they're going to defend law enforcement, but I am literally the only one that's actually defended sheriffs and police chiefs. And one of the great examples, you bring up the riots and stuff in Salt Lake. Look at that, what happened in Cottonwood Heights, where you have a conservative, excellent police chief, Robbie Russo, who's endorsed my campaign also, by the way. I didn't finish my endorsements, but that's okay.
Yeah. We got time. Finish the story and then get back to it.
But in any event, he wouldn't stand for that nonsense. He arrested people. He took them in. They threw urine and stuff on police officers. They assaulted them, and he made arrests. And he put cop cars down there and said, "You're not passing here. You're not going into these neighborhoods." And so honestly, kudos to someone like that. But he also knew I was defending him, and that I would be fighting these things all the way. And so that does make a difference, especially when you're a conservative like he is, to be able to help him fight, and for him to know that, yes, I'm going to be defended in this is huge.
Well, if we want a law and order state, we want to feel safe in our country, which most of us don't right now.
Right.
And blue states, red states, we're watching an invasion before our very eyes. And we are pro Second Amendment all the way in this county. I know the state as a whole mostly is. And we want to make sure that we're going to protect ourselves. But if we protect ourselves and then the media decides that we're racists who hate these illegal Democrats, as I like to call them, then we're on trial in the media for something that we're protecting our families, we're protecting our home. And that could turn on you any second. And if cops are going to go to jail over it, you certainly will. And if you don't have an AG that is ready to stand up and fight on your behalf against your own government, if it need be, that is so important. That is so important. And in the law and order state, that's why I'm so passionate about Donald Trump, is because I've witnessed Donald Trump in action with law enforcement.
That's right.
And I watched him stand up after 8 years of Obama tearing our country apart with law enforcement and the community, just basically spitting on law enforcement. And it goes from that to, hey, guess what? We need these men and women to stand on that blue line, because that's all that decides if the bad guy gets through or not. And so we need to protect them just as much as we need protection. So I appreciate it. Please continue with your
Yeah,
endorsements.
finish up your endorsements.
Okay,
Let's
I'm going to
hear them.
miss some few. Chris Allred, Weber County Attorney. I know there's sheriffs all over. I know Nate Curtis down in Sevier County, Cody Black in Beaver County. There's Kevin Potter up in Box Elder County, Steve Labrum out in Uintah County. I mean, it goes on and on and on.
How about the Sheriff's Association?
Well, I don't think that they're allowed to as an association, but Scott Burns, who's the head of that, has endorsed me. He's also what is it? It's in Circleville. I can't remember the county.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just saying. I think I thought they endorsed Greg Hughes, the association, a couple elections ago. Oh no, for Congress.
I'll check on that. I don't think that.
Yeah, reach out to him.
Because I know that they would for sure. And so that's, but I know I'm missing some people, but also I think the American Moms, I don't know if I mentioned that before.
You did, and that's incredible.
And so there's a number of these groups that are it's really starting to grow in spite of the fact that I'm having to practice law full time. I'm finally am a free man and can actually just be a campaigner on April 19th. Lord willing, that's when the case goes to the jury and I can actually start full-time campaigning for a change. So, but despite that, this race is growing. I have amazing volunteers, way more than any other candidate that I've seen. And $1 for my campaign, I think goes 10 times farther than any other campaign because I just have so many people coming together and helping me. And so if people are listening, want to help, I would love that. They can just go to my website, Frank Mylar 4ag.com. And
there's a hot link for it in the show notes. Also a hot link for
you can show it right now.
AD. But yeah, I'm going to show it right now while you talk about it. So
that donate button, remember, donations help.
Yes, they do. And again, I'm this is very important. I'm one of the only candidates that actually is not taking money from any special interest group or corporation or any lobbyists. Lobbyists are donating. Lobbyists are donating to a lot of campaigns, but not to mine. Why? I don't want to be owned by them.
Wow, that's bold. You are not a good politician, sir.
Well, like I said, we need an attorney, not a politician, and we need someone that's actually a constitutional law attorney and not pretend wannabes. We have armchair people that are saying that they're constitutional attorneys. Well, it's like, what in the world they never have filed a civil rights suit to vindicate anyone's constitutional rights ever. And so it's all theoretical. It's all smoke and mirrors, and people need to look beyond the smoke and mirrors. You can't lead this office if you are not a competent attorney. That is all there is to it. Competency is leading the attorneys in the office, making sure attorney general opinions are sound, which they not all of them are, making sure the attorneys are capable in doing what they're supposed to do, but then also leading out on some of these issues like the COVID issue, and the immigration issues, the fighting the feds issues, the fighting for election integrity. These are things that it makes a world of difference if you are very familiar with the law and have fought in cases. And so it's just like there's two candidates that are basically not in the ballpark, and yet they're trying to say they can tell the pitcher what kind of a fastball or a curveball he's supposed to throw. You can't tell that pitcher what to throw if you're not in the ballpark.
Yeah. I agree. It's on the election integrity. I put it to so he looks bigger on the screen, but that means we got to squish together.
I only have a couple more minutes, actually.
Yeah. There's a couple things on there I saw. I just want to throw this out there: election integrity. I don't know what power the AG's office would have or pull,
Jesse Kelly.
but I would like to see if we could move our elections out of the lieutenant governor's hands. I think that is a serious breach. You've got support for Second Amendment on there, although I am not a gun owner. Yeah. I support the Second Amendment 100%. I'm a gun owner. Yeah,
and I shoot regularly.
I used to be, but I went boating, and it's a whole thing.
He's actually a gun trainer.
Oh, great.
But
what about Jesse Kelly?
Do you know who
do you listen to on your podcasts of choice?
Okay,
besides political head trauma.
So I will tell you this. I hate to say it, but I actually listen to American Center for Law and Justice,
Oh
which
my
is
gosh,
talking about
boring.
with Jay Sekulow, who talks about law cases all the time. Sometimes I listen to Al Mohler's The Briefing. Why? Because he mixes religion, history, and politics and the law. And I kind of just like that. And I put it on fast forward.
Yeah, so you can
And I
hear
listen to
quickly.
it while I'm getting ready in the morning because I just don't have a lot of extra time, to
Oh
do
yeah,
the
if you're writing
things.
stuff, you can't listen to stuff and write.
No.
I operate a hammer,
Briefing?
so I
Is
can.
that what he said?
Is it called The Briefing?
Debriefing?
Yeah, The Briefing by Al
I'm going
Mohler.
to check that
Yeah.
out.
You're such a nerd. I wonder if Tina listens to accountant podcasts where they just go zeros and ones.
But no, that's good. I like your website. Yeah, you've got great endorsements and all that stuff.
No
Thanks
money from lobbies or corporations.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's just
It's
Yeah.
what-
that
it's-
baffles me.
You
It
don't have to
taints the
butter us up.
all right, I probably get
Yes,
better hit
thank
the
you
road
so
here.
much,
So much.
everyone. This
We will
Frank.
see you Friday night next week for convention. Is that you'll be there? And then if
so
you're
that's
getting a booth, reach out to me.
Frank Mylar, Frank Mylar 4, the number 4ag.com. Go check him out if you like what he, read about him if you're interested.
It's very
And
interesting.
Google
Check him out.
us.
It's outstanding.
Oh, and Google.
us. Yep.
Yeah, and Google him. All right, Frank, have a good night. Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
Frank.
much.
Right.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
All right, everyone. That was Frank Mylar.
You just man grabbed my chair over there and
no,
shoved me away.
I just pulled it to try to get you over
My legs
because.
were crossed. I thought I was going
Oh.
to break my
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was funny.
I was just
though.
trying to spin you
And
a
it
little
looked
bit like
funny
that.
because on the screen it looked like you shoved me out of the screen.
Did it? I tried like rotating it over.
Okay. That
But-
was a big surprise. I mean, I've met him now a few times, but I'm really
I'm
really
impressed.
impressed.
Yeah, I'm impressed. We're pretty lucky. Sorry we didn't get through all the questions, but we still got a half hour left. So
Okay. Do you ever feel like we're on like a America's Got Talent show and we're the judges and we've got all these great contenders and we're like, okay, well now we've got to go back to the drawing board and think about these candidates?
sometimes, yeah, sometimes I feel lucky because I am Republican. I'm not registered as a, so I get to sit and look at this without kind of the pressure and to think about it differently. I might just change
Really,
my mind
Fred?
on AG. Fred, I like it. I have a story.
I didn't want to say anything last night when we talked because I knew that he was coming on today, but I wanted you to just see him for yourself.
Yes, I have a news story, folks. This is, I love this news story. I love it so much. Okay,
Settle down.
an 85-year-old woman. Okay, so picture this. We'll call the guy Dirtbag. His name's actually in here. His name is, okay, her name, 85 years old, Christine Genia.
Nailed it.
Jenneihn.
They can see what you see.
Yeah, they're up in Rose, Idaho. And then Dirtbag, his name is Derek Ephraim Condon.
Ephraim?
Ephraim Condon. He's from Blackfoot. Anyways, so we'll just call her Christine. Christine is she's an 85-year-old woman and has a disabled son that lives in her basement. She gets woken up in the middle of the night by Dirtbag Derek, and he like hits her on the head with a pistol.
You know, it's up on the screen. People
Yeah,
are reading along.
he hits her on the head with a pistol. I'm reading from KSL, forgive me. He hits her on the head with a pistol and drags her out into the front room, handcuffs her to a chair, and starts like grilling her. Where's all your stuff? Where's your safes? Where's all your possessions? Humana. And so she says the safes are downstairs. So he goes downstairs, rummages through the safes. Her disabled son sleeps through all this. He goes downstairs, rummages through the safes, gets mad, doesn't find what he wants. I don't know, whatever. Comes back up, roughs her up a little more. Where are the safes? Goes down again. This time she says, this is my last chance. So she drags a chair into her bedroom, pulls the 357 Magnum from under her pillow, it drags a chair back out and hides it next to her leg. She's trying to avoid killing this person.
But now
But
it's an
anyways,
even, now it's an even.
He comes
playing
up
field.
and he's threatening her again, and he discovers her disabled son's there. So he's threatening her disabled son, threatening her, mad her disabled son's there, and she didn't like automatically say it or whatever. And she figures to herself, this is my last chance. Pulls him out, shoots him. Okay. They kind of get into a gunfight. She gets shot in the stomach and the leg. I think she gets shot 4 times. Once she gets shot, but he's got a 9mm, perfectly effective round,
But a
humana.
357.
But a 357 is a whole different animal. She shoots him twice in the chest, right? He goes into the kitchen, collapse. She vents him. Boom, he's done. He's up there meeting Satan, humana. She falls out of the chair onto the floor. Her disabled son sleeps through all of this. He sleeps through 4 9mm shots and 2 357 shots. Anyways,
What's his disability?
I don't know, but he comes upstairs finally, wanders in, sees her, calls the ambulance. Ambulance comes. They rush her to the hospital. She is okay. She is alive. He is going to be fertilizing grass real soon. Anyways, but
Wait, so she didn't kill him?
she killed him. He's fertilizing grass.
Oh.
When I say real soon, they've still got to dig the hole and
I see. So
Put
when
him-
did this happen?
this happened. Oh, I'll go back to the story. This happened April 10th or
Last
no,
night?
March 13th.
Oh, geez. They posted this last night.
Yep. But
Yeah, he's fertilizer.
but yeah. So he's beating up this 85-year-old woman.
What a
You know
pig.
what? I hope one day we invent reanimation technology, because I think everyone in the town should get a shot if they want one. You know what I'm saying? Bring him back to life. Somebody else gets to come up and dream up their
I think
ingenious
that's in
way.
a Black Mirror episode where
I haven't seen
a
that.
person
I've
gets downloaded to the internet and
I
he's on
haven't-
death row and
Oh, I've
people
heard
get
about
to kill
it,
him over and over and over again.
but I love this story. 85-year-old woman. I mean, there's, and grandmas with guns. That I like it. We should start a club. We should start a club, get all the little grannies together and outfit them.
I'm a grandma. By marriage, I'm a grandma.
Oh, anyways, we don't
ever
need to go
say
into
another word about
saying
it.
stuff, but I love it. I love this story. She smokes him and she took hits and lived
It's
hardcore. Oh, that story.
Do we know where, like, what got him to her home? Like,
He was-
just
He parked his car down the street. They found his car the next morning down the
He
street,
probably was looking for easy entry.
and they followed his footprints up and across the lawn, and he jimmied a window and busted in.
So, do we know if he's from around there or?
He's from Blackfoot, but they do know each other. He does live there now.
Okay, so he's cased her probably.
He's probably a local dirtbag, and he picks the grandma because dirtbags
Easy target.
look for weakness. He's not going to go get the guy who's 8 foot tall and throws hay every Saturday. He goes after the grandma, but he found out that, as I firmly believe, the firearm is the great equalizer. I think we should arm every woman in this country. I want
Every
to.
sane woman, please.
Okay, every sane woman in this country, but I do not. I want to see the assault cases on women drop to 0. I want to see that, and I hear people crying all the time. Like when I watched that debate between Hogg and Cohen.
That's what we were talking about at the beginning of the show,
yeah.
in case you missed it.
He's
Spike Cohen's debate with David Hogg was at Dartmouth, and it's shared on our page. So we'd love for you to check it out if you want. It's the Second Amendment debate. And then
it's on
next
our
time
page,
we
or
can
go to
discuss it again.
spikecohen.com. It's a pretty good debate, libertarian versus progressive. But what I think sometimes is missed when people seek safety alone, I think they miss the point that when they seek safety and security and all that alone, but they need to give people the individual right to defend themselves, because I think a world where you're allowed to prosper, you're allowed to grow, you're allowed to do all that has to have some danger involved in it. If you want to be in a padded room, you can be in a padded room,
I think
but you'll
it's
never
a symptom,
grow.
right? It's going to have danger, because that's what individual liberty is
Yes.
the ability to make decisions, and you might make bad ones, but that person you're making that bad decision against may be armed and ready to defend themselves.
That's what I want. I want all the, like when that guy that pretended he was in the military that killed that University of Utah girl that they made a big old stink about. Had she
oh my gosh,
had a firearm,
horrible.
be
And
a different story.
For help so many different times.
Yes, she asked for help that day.
So many times. And that just started out as a simple stalking charge, and then calling police. What do I do? He's asking me to meet him somewhere privately, and then attacks her just out in the daylight while she's on the telephone, and her mother hears what's probably her last.
Yep. So I'm sure that's O'Malley May. No, it is Fred. O'Malley May, Fred Beach. Last night, Jesse Kelly talked about how there is zero crime at gun shows. No shoplifting, no theft, no arguments. That is 100% correct. And it's been proven in state after state. Constitutional carry has never upped the crime rate, but the crime rate always miraculously drops down a couple of points.
And yet when the most gun restrictions are enacted, that's when crime rates go up.
And when I talk about that Ohio one, I wonder, because there's two cities in Ohio, Juniper and Cincinnati, whatever, but I wonder if those cities don't have ordinances that restrict gun ownership, which is why their rates actually stayed the same or went up, but everywhere else it went down. But yeah. But no, I love that story. And someone in here says they go after old people. Where's it at? Where's it at?
O'Malley.
They
go after old people.
Old people are definitely preferable targets. They have drugs and cash and jewelry, and they think they're harmless and easy targets. But Granny with the 357. So I have a 94-year-old grandma. Now, granted, my uncle lives there. He's not disabled. And if I remember, he has a couple of choice things in his house. But I wonder how I could get my grandma. I don't think I could get her with the 357 because she might weigh 45 pounds. But
she's like 357 ounces, maybe.
She's a tiny. She's smaller than Tina is. Yeah. Easy, Granny. Well, if she heard me call her Granny, she would yell at me next time she saw me.
Well, then don't do it, damn it. You can tell her I yelled at you.
When I was a kid, I used to call her Granny when we'd watch the Beverly Hillbillies, and she would get so mad.
I was excited to talk again about how many citizens that came out to our event last night.
Oh, it was good.
I was so excited because I got to see your dad there.
Yeah, the old man was there.
And Mayor Critchlow, of course.
The good mayor. And the good mayor's got your kids entertained the whole time. They're swinging on ropes.
They're driving the fire truck.
Yeah, they got to ride in the water hauler. They loved that.
My kids have gotten to spray the hose because of him. He's like, hey, let's go outside. I'll let you spray the hose. And I'm like, not at your sister, please.
He is an asset to that city, 100%. He's kind of an asset to the county, easy.
Do you know what Rachel Terry's husband said last night as he was leaving? He said, it's so neat to come to a county that feels like, I know how many people live here, how many delegates you have. But when you're talking to the mayor and these people all know each other, and he's like, it feels like I'm in a really small town. And these delegates are asking me really hard questions. They're not just, so, you're going to tell lies are you going to do what you say you're going to do? It's not. They're asking him, what does your wife think about this and this and this? And it's so in detail that he says, I'm just blown away at how amazing
and
this
he's a
community
very
is.
nice man. I like her husband a lot. And every time I see him, we end up talking about a little bit of hunting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got some good, you guys, we got some good candidates, and there's some,
Yeah.
it's going to be
Seriously.
a tough deal. And only a couple are going convention only. So, you know, if you really want to get behind one of them, it's important that you talk to your fellow delegates and let them know what you think of your candidate. By all means, have a private conversation with this candidate and really question him a lot. Someone like Frank, who's actually in trial until the 19th, whew, that's cutting it close. But again, he's a practicing attorney.
He's going
trial
hard.
Attorney.
O'Malley May says, I just saw a video of an immigrant from China confront Hogg on gun ownership. She
Saw
lived
that
there.
too.
That was at that debate. That lady, she actually ran
Communist China.
She ran for Congress. I think she moved over here to Texas, met a husband, snuck over here. Her story's amazing. She's been on Tim Pool and told her story.
She's amazing.
She snuck over here, but she moved to New Hampshire because she wants to live the principles of liberty. She wants to live them. And New Hampshire is where the libertarian movement is really running strong. So she moved up there from Texas, and you can find pictures of her on the internet.
She gave him a history lesson
Carrying
on
a gun.
Mao and about the 60 million, like, people don't realize the dictators of history are way worse than Hitler was as far as death counts. I mean, Mao let his people starve. You could never own a gun in China. You could never stand up and fight
go for days
one.
on funny Mao stories. You know, he put a call out to kill all the, I think it was the brown swallow during that drought in, what was it, 66, 68. He didn't like the brown swallow because he thought they were eating all the fruit. Well, birds eat insects. And so they're already in a drought. Next thing you know, locusts are running crazy. But anyways, China, that's a well you can just go back to for stories of government overreach.
There is such a difference when the person, you know, there's a lot of virtue signaling done by people. And I heard a black man today talk about how I'm sick of white people on the left, you know, telling me I'm a victim, and I'm done being a victim. I think it's racist to say if I vote Republican, then I'm not black. And he's like, I'm done with it. And more people need to be too. We don't believe in the transgender stuff. We don't believe in big government, and we're not victims. So
we might see Republicans
up.
Take a lot of the black male vote. I don't think they're quite there with the black female vote, nor the white liberal female vote. I think
not the white liberal, but this is what they're saying is stop defending me. I can defend myself, and I'll vote for who matches my values. And that's something even the legal immigrants are voting conservative.
They are, because they're recognizing that that right now the Democrat Party has ran kind of way too close to the cliff. There was a time when the Republican Party ran too close to the cliff in certain areas, and they lost people. I mean, there's a reason you got guys like Bill Maher and those guys, those guys that were anti kind of theocratic state have ran strictly to the Democrat side. Even though Bill Maher every week now calls out the Democrats, he's still going to vote Democrat because of what the Republicans did in the early 2000s. And that's just what it is. And I'm not saying he's right or
but
they're
Bill
wrong.
Maher has always been a liberal. I remember politically incorrect. He was,
and that was during the 2000s.
Oh no, it was earlier than that. I
But
swear.
that is what secured him when the Republicans tried going to the Supreme Court to make it so they had to teach religion in schools. And that chased off Bill Maher. That chased off a whole bunch of people, even people that supported Republicans in every other thing. But the Republicans are coming back. They've got a more nominal message, while the Democrats are going kooky town. They're like, okay, we need a rainbow flag at our embassy, and transgenders are the only women, and you natural women, we're going to have to make up a new name for you. And we want to make sure that, when you go into the bathroom, that you have to look at a gentleman's twig and giggleberries.
Trump talked about states' rights and the abortion deal. And I think that the abortion argument has hurt the party.
Yes.
In a lot of states where maybe they just were like, hey, we don't want an all-out ban. And they're really mad at Trump because they're saying, and I'm pro-life, so I don't really have any, I don't have really any restrictions on that. I believe life is important, but no matter what. But Trump just said, look, states' rights. And that's exactly what he should have said.
Yep.
Because as a president, you're asking him to get rid of one ban and put in another. And that's not what he's supposed to do. We're asking him to give it back to the states and let the people choose, so that the people who agree with a 6-week, a heartbeat bill, those people are held accountable at the level that makes that law, and not the federal government gets to decide that you can have one 2 months after they're born.
Very true.
So
Very true.
he handled it right, and
I
people
love the
are
10th.
bashing him about it.
10th Amendment is perfect. That's where it needs to be. That's where you can make change. It actually matters. I'd like to see it further than the 10th. I would like to see it done on a county basis where you can really make the change. Where if our county commissioners did something wrong, I'm seeing them in the store this week, right?
Right.
I know where their office is. I can go down to their office with very little trouble to me.
You can go sit and watch one of their meetings.
Yeah, I can go to their meetings. Okay. I bet that lady has a proud son or grandson. You bet she does.
Hey,
Ooh.
she became American pretty early. She might even have a daughter.
I don't know. I'm probably talking about the grandma who introduced Dirtbag Derek to the .357. Oh gosh,
well,
man.
we know she has a son. He was in the basement.
Talk about cavitation.
Settle down.
Talk about cavitation. Just the bruise as it passes.
So, Melly, your mom is a delegate also?
Oh, but you guys disagree
Spill
on
the
candidates.
tea.
Your mom is a sweet lady. I'm sure she's not near as spicy as you. I think
no, but Fred nails it down here because she's like, we disagree. My mom is awesome, but he's like, do you think she'll do what you tell her to do any more than what she tells you to do? Like, that's a really good point.
I actually,
our moms raise us to be really bossy and really strong, even if it makes it against us sometimes.
Yeah. Fred says, is it Fred that says this? Anyways, we don't like being lumped into categories based on race and religion, sexual orientation, etc. Mallory, be nice to your mom. Congratulate her for becoming a delegate. She'll learn on her own the hard way who to vote for over time.
Yeah, we don't have time, though.
My mom is awesome. Yes, she is. I've met your mom. She is a lovely lady. Do you think she'll do what you tell her anymore? That's the one you just read. She is. Now there was one thing. I don't know. Was it Fred that says 357 grandma? I say we get our stuff together and we buy grandma a leather jacket and put a big old rocker on the top, .357 grandma,
Let her get through this trauma
shoot
first.
Till it hurts. That's true.
Because I'm pretty sure this woman's probably shaken to her core.
I'll bet she is. You know what? And I'm putting this general word out. It's up to communities to start taking care of their elderly and start watching out for this stuff. We can't expect the police to be there in odd, weird situations all the time.
So true.
Pay attention to your neighborhood.
On our neighbors too.
Yeah. Wave to your neighbors. Get to know their names. I mean, even you just wave to them. Hey, how you doing? Whatever. But we need to, as a community, we need to start pulling back together again and getting to what we were, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
That's it, guys. What makes us feel like a small town is that we get to know each other. And I mean, I'm in a room last night with 100 people that I don't agree with. I mean, we have competing candidates on the aisle, and the whole time I can talk to every single one of them and find out what it is we have in common and go on about that. And that's what's missing. The media wants us at each other's throats. That only helps the government grow.
And that makes the media more money.
Absolutely.
The media right now, I am 1,000% convinced. Sorry, I got to the word eventually. You think I was drinking already? Next weekend, I'll be drinking I just brewed a jalapeno lime pilsner, and it's ready to go in the keg right
He's
now.
not going to break it this
but
time,
I
right?
can't. No, it's already done. All I've got to do is put it in my keg, but it can't go in there yet because I can't get CO2 filled till Tuesday, and I've got to have the CO2 filled so I can purge
You
the
don't make
oxygen.
it in a
and charge
bathtub
it.
though, right?
No,
Okay, good.
but I am excited for that. So I'll be drinking then I'll have a hard time talking. But I am. I feel like
Yeah, I agree, Fred.
What did he say?
He's just standing outside talking with Jared, thinking about what a perfect place for a boy to grow up in.
Dude, Grantsville was awesome, but I was not a perfect boy. I was a rather troublemaker young man at that time, and we can tell stories about that another day.
You also had a community of people that always knew when you were in trouble.
I'll tell you what, the police chief down there, Chief Skinner, when he would pick me up out on my doing not so good things,
I hope you never brought a gun into anybody's house.
Would take me home to my dad because he knew that the punishment from my dad would be well-rounded and sound, and he didn't want, and I wish that our justice system thought about this now, he didn't want paperwork that stuck on me as I grew up, because I grew up and became a active member of the community, joined the military, did all that. And nowadays we've got kids who get who cop even a charge less than some of the stuff I did, and they're haunted forever with it. They can't ever get a job that can pull them out of their crap town, and that's because slowly we have adopted LA and New York's policies on how they treat stuff, and we've brought it out here that we like to have paperwork. Now LA and New York has flipped around and gone the exact other way, so they've gone kooky the other way, but we still have their policies. I think we need to get back to the things we did with teenage boys in the 90s in small towns.
Well, yeah, I mean, as long as it wasn't like escalating behavior to where it starts out, vandalism starts to turn into fist fights, and next thing you know, they're breaking into grandma's house with a 9mm.
Nope, I never did any of that.
That boys getting in trouble stuff, that was constant.
There was a lot of fist fights, but I never broke into people's houses. I never burgled or property crime. That wasn't my jam.
You were just thug life. Where's your tattoo? Is it on your Tupac tattoo?
I put it right above my navel. It's in 12 font. I was rather poor the day I got it.
12 font with a 44 IQ. That's winning. Your hashtag winning.
But no, I think we need to start moving back towards that, and like to talk about Sim Gill in there. I mean, you can tell that your AG is failing when the things they are doing never makes it into.
You mean your DA? Like Sim Gill?
Isn't he the AG?
No, that's Attorney General. That's Sean Reyes.
Oh, Sean Reyes. Yeah, your DA. You can tell that they're failing at their job when the things he does never makes it into the Salt Lake Tribune, because right now the Salt Lake Tribune will demonize you if you do your job as a DA.
Do you remember when they vandalized the district attorney's office? The Black Lives Matter.
They
folks?
threw the paint on the.
Yeah, and he's like, "We're not going to stand for this. We're going to get to know everyone."
And then did absolutely nothing.
Crickets.
Yeah, and the police that went there took the reports, investigated who it was, dug up all the information, took the video cameras down, identified the people, and then he dropped the ball. So those law enforcement officers, those detectives, whoever they had doing it, just put all that
They
effort
had all
forward
their faces, everything.
for nothing.
Okay, and O'Malley says Sean Reyes is finally going to be gone. We can celebrate that. I disagree wholly because without Sean Reyes, I don't think we would have the light shown on the sex trafficking happening across the United States. With the efforts that he made with Operation Underground Railroad, with the Nazarene Fund through Glenn Beck, all of these things got highlighted, and Sean Reyes took it right to Donald Trump, who then put in legislation, well, an executive order, so that they could not only arrest pedophiles across our state lines, but in other countries. They were able to hunt pedophiles from America committing these crimes in the Philippines, in Thailand, and they were actually able to go in and arrest them and put them in prison. Sean Reyes's work on that alone, like our county, we gave him a Defender of Freedom Award. We gave it to Chris Stewart and we gave it to Paul Wimmer, all for the specific things that they did on behalf of freedom sex slavery is a thing, and a lot of us wouldn't even know about it had Operation Underground Railroad and Sean Reyes back in those days, just huge spotlight on that. So I think that Utah's had a great AG, and I get that he's stepping down, but I think you're not going to see the end of him. I think we're going to see more from him.
Maybe she feels like she would rather his energy spent strictly in Utah, but I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, and I don't want to argue about it with our last 8 minutes. But I want to say this week we're going to try to go see Civil War.
Oh yeah. Tuesdays is $5.
Where at?
Everywhere at participating theaters, and our theater participates in that.
Okay. Or would you rather go into the Megaplex at the Valley Fair?
Or even Gateway.
Valley Fair is close, and they've got recliners. They've got this Gangland Mall and a very nice theater stuck on it. It's
that's my hood.
It's like, seriously, I know. I remember when they opened that shop that was kind of down the main hallway, kind of by the candy shop, and you walked in there and there was a 1998 GMC pickup truck grill and some weird out-of-date candy. No, this was like a fly-by-night Mexican shop. And I was like, welcome to Valley Fair, boys. Yeah, it was fantastic. That was my
stomping ground. My parents would drop me off there and pick me up hours later. And what's so funny is there was always like fights there and everything, but that's just high school. But those movie theaters got a really nice revamp.
They got a nice upgrade. I remember the old ones, old dollar theater. You walk in.
They were the dollar theater.
And like your foot would get stuck on a booger from last night.
Your dress is stuck to the seat because someone put their gum on it. I know. And they're animals.
Dude, it was so gross. It was so gross. Like if you had popcorn, you walked in there like you were a doctor walking into the operating theater, so you didn't touch anything, just so you could eat your popcorn.
Let's talk to our better halves and see if there's a time available.
Yeah,
and my husband works usually tomorrow, so I don't know if he's morning or night, but we can maybe go Sunday. Or do you work? What days are you working?
Well, okay, Sunday it'll have to be at night because I got some planned Sunday day. Tomorrow is range day. We could go tomorrow night.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
But range day, I imagine we'll go a little bit late. I mean, I've got some poll with the boss on range day, so I can work that out. But yeah, go see it. Bring back a review. Tell you if it meets all the expectation.
Tuesday, we're going to see Trent Christensen at David Pines.
Yep.
So we'll go live there and let you hear from him, Attorney General candidate as well. And I think Wednesday we're going to have Matt Hymas on. So we're excited about that. We're going to have you tune in at 6. So please like our channel and subscribe on YouTube or Rumble or wherever you watch us if it's not Facebook, so you get notifications when we go live, because Wednesday's not our normal day.
What time Tuesday is the Trent Staggs thing that Pine's putting on?
That's not Trent Staggs. And
it's not Trent Staggs? Who is it?
Trent Christensen.
Oh, Trent Christensen. What time is it?
I'm not sure, but we'll advertise it beforehand. It's not a big event for people to go to. It's a small cottage meeting, and he invited us to go and film it so that we could get it to the delegates.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure how many. We'd have to ask David Pine, but anyone who remembers David Pine on the show, that show scared the hell out of most of us, and that was cool. If you're into that. But Tuesday, we'll keep you updated. Just watch on the page because we've got a lot going on this week.
But
Thursday,
2 more weeks, and Holly will be able to take a breath.
yes. And in the meantime, I'm running for national delegate for
Yes.
District 2. So state delegates from District 2, if you trust that I could represent you on the national stage, I would love your vote at convention. And there's only a few of us in the race of that. There's a lot of people running for abroad. So they're running for all the districts, and there's alternates, and David Pine actually is an alternate because they filled all the seats.
So they filled the alternates now. Now they're just doing the election, huh?
Now, yeah, what I'm assuming is that they just got enough people to serve as alternates.
Okay.
And they were like, well, there's no competitiveness in the alternate group. So
Good.
it's all of us that are asking. And I'm hoping that Donald Trump will give me his endorsement like he did last time. That was incredible.
Well, what we're going to do is, so now that we're through this, we're going to you'll start seeing some Democrats and other people come on the show. Now that we're through this, we'll still have Republicans, but we're going to start filling days because there won't be this rush to try to get everyone all at once. So we're going to have David Pine back on and give us a good scary story. And we're going to have an old man named Paul come on and give us some more scary story. Paul brings some heavy story too. You haven't witnessed his stories,
Paul
but Mallory's dad.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I didn't know if you meant Paul Wimmer or.
Oh no, and I also talked to Sheriff Wimmer,
Mhm.
and I said, "Hey, I'm wondering, can we get you to come on maybe 2-3 times a year and just kind of give us an update on how the county's doing crime-wise and things to look out for, you know?"
Absolutely. Yeah.
And he said yes. So I think we should start working on that, setting it up. I think even if we had like a sheriff's a 20-minute section where he just come on and said, all right, this is what we're seeing an uptick in. So watch out for this. Here's things you can
I think
do.
we should do longer just
secure.
because not only can he give us like an update
Well,
on certain areas
I'll
of
do
the
as long
county,
as he wants.
but then I'd like an update on the jail. And
I
you know
know-
that's something that the sheriff is
I know
budgeted
law
with,
enforcement don't
and-
usually like to go long form
Oh my
because
gosh. Paul Wimmer always has to be cut off of speeches because he talks more than we do.
no, he likes to chat.
Yeah, well, that's
He
what we do.
Doesn't
we chat.
like to long form. He doesn't like to go in depth. But no, I'd like that. Okay, Fred just started the Going Home series by A. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good book. That is a good one. I like it.
When do you guys have time to read books?
I think you'd like this series too, Holly.
Is it on tape?
Yeah, you can get it on
Wait,
tape.
does my truck have a CD player?
I don't know, but you can also get it like
Audible?
phone style, yeah. Or I'll bet it's even on YouTube too. But anyways, all right. So that's the show for this week, guys. We will be on Tuesday live from the cottage, Humana. We will be
Fred,
on.
I'll reach out when I get a time.
Yeah, we'll be up on Wednesday with
Matt.
Hymas. We're in the works with Sheriff Wimmer. We're going to get him on. I would like to really an update, kind of do a tell the citizenry how to.
I would do the exact same thing on that commute thing.
Oh yeah,
I loved books on CD when I was commuting down to my mom's house.
Become a handyman that paints. I listen to stuff all day long.
We also, with Matt Hymas, I hope you guys will tune in because he's actually our incumbent who's on the school board, the state school board, and he is running against our last two guests, Monica Wilbur and Camille Knudsen. And I mean, I told you full disclosure when I first started with Monica was I am personally friends with Monica. I am personally friends with Camille. I respect both those women highly. And I love my kids' school where Matt Hymas is actually the principal and
He's like
administrator.
there's 2 schools that are tied together. Each school kind of has a principal, and then it has a Hymas. And Hymas is like
Oh my gosh.
the top principal. So he's like muscular principal, and then these lesser
No,
principals. you know.
Hymas is the principal of the elementary.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Marston is the principal of the junior high.
So who's in charge of both of them?
But he's on the school board, and then he's administrative as well. So he's like the
Something like that.
administrator.
So confusing.
But what we're doing is seeing what his principles and the things that he's fought for on the school board. I get to see them in practice in my kids' school.
Mhm.
So I have some great questions for him, because I'm like, why are public schools not following your lead and what you guys are doing so that you're actually educating the kids to their level rather than teaching them all like they're the same? And he's so interesting, and I'm really looking forward to the interview. So we got him on Wednesday. We had a great turnout last night. Thank you for showing up, Fred. And thank you to all of you delegates that showed up, and you precinct chairs and vice chairs and citizens. Thank you for tuning in and showing your support both to our show, but also to
thanks for
these
joining us.
candidate events. It's so cool. It's so cool to watch our community reach out and really put these candidates, up and challenge them. And some are meeting the challenge and some are not. I mean, I'm hearing people and what they dislike or like about candidates. And I really am so proud of the work that's getting done by our delegates. It's incredible to watch.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I want to do one thing. I want to have a point of
Personal privilege.
cheeriness to end the show with. Do you know who Richard Dawkins is?
Mm-mm.
He's a British scientist. He kind of led the atheist movement in the early 2000s.
Did anybody watch 3 Bodies yet?
3 Body Problem? I did, yes.
I did too. Did
Yeah.
you zip through it?
Yeah, me and the older.
Did you get everything? Like, did you follow it well?
Yes, but I've also known about that
Okay.
book for a while. But
Anybody else? I'm just curious because I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was interesting thought. But I want to. Do you guys? Richard Dawkins kind of led. I mean, he used to debate Christians all the time, and he was part of that new atheist. He was actually a part of the 4 Horsemen.
Netflix.
For you guys who know who those are, they were an atheist. Sam.
3 Body Problem.
Anyways, no, this is serious.
This was supposed to be the joy you were going to bring us.
Yeah, but no, he came out the other day and he was talking about how he is culturally Christian and he doesn't want Christianity to go away. He's an old man now, so maybe he's getting close to the end. He start recognizing.
I did see that video actually.
What if I bet on the wrong horse? But no, what I think he's recognizing is the change in England from all of the Muslims are bringing
the
over.
Moral compass.
And he's seeing that their change radically redirects England's path that they've been on for thousands of years. And so now he's like, wait, I've got to fight for Christianity.
And this guy was so against it. And he
He
said,
was
here's
hard.
the difference when you live in a society where you have to love thy neighbor and you have to not steal, and that a woman and protect your body's a temple and your freedom's important. And when all that goes away, you're always living in a
No,
threat.
I hate to say it. One of the things England's fighting against with the Muslims, they want to keep drinking. That's one of their big fights. Douglas Murray's on that fight. He says that will happen to you, Jared. I'm already there. I am a Christian loving atheist or agnostic, whatever you want to call it. I fight. I will fight to keep churches alive. I will fight to keep churches from being taxed because I recognize that's a double-edged sword. Most leftists don't recognize that if you tax the churches will be drawn into politics openly. But I love church. I love religion. I support it. I want more of it. And I think I see what it does for communities. I'm just not a believer.
And for individuals, you see that people feel something from it, and it makes them better stewards in the community. Yeah, and
it works.
Honestly, I think it does work. And people, the beauty of our country is you get the freedom to believe it or not, and believe it how you choose.
Yep. And I want religions to handle welfare. Everyone, that's the show.
Good night, everybody. We love you.
Night.
Happy weekend.
We'll talk, and you're just like Nietzsche. Nietzsche. Yes, I just need a bigger stash.